the court, my lord, the interpreter is Mr. Bazane standing in for Ms. Kosa.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
As it pleases the court, my lord. Morning. Advocate Ms. is not here, my lord. And yes. Okay.
What's happening?
I'm waiting for Advocate Munesi, my lord.
I did, my lord, try to look for him. He's at the bathroom when I went to tell him that
Okay.
the court is about to start. Thank you. May I place myself on record, my lord, that I'm still sending in for I'm
Okay, fine.
appearing on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa, standing in for my colleague,
Yeah, fine.
Advocate Mshwalala. Thank you.
Okay.
Usakhumbula ukuthi ugcine ufumile.
Yeah, well.
My lord, the witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Morning, Mr. Mngube.
Sawubona mnumzane.
Yeah, well.
Morning, Mr. Mbatsane.
Morning, Council.
Now, sorry, let me just do this. Okay. Mr. Mngube, yesterday, when we adjourned, I said I'm going to request Mr. Makaza to be here to assist us. He's here. He's just gone to the office to scan further documents that I want to utilize. But I also realized that yesterday I skipped something and quickly went to something else. At the beginning of my interaction with you, we were talking about the warrant of arrest that Brigadier Gininda sought to be issued against Ms. Kelly Khumalo. You remember that?
Izolo ke mangixoxisana nawe ngicine ke ngikhuluma ngencwadi egunyaza ukuboshwa umnomzane uBrigadier Gininda owayezeyidinga ukuthi ke kuboshwe uNkosazana Khumalo. Usakhumbula?
Yeah, well.
Yes.
And I have then taken you through what Brigadier Gininda says is your involvement in the matter, and Ms. Khumalo, especially his attempts to put a connection or a nexus between you and Ms. Khumalo. Remember that?
A connection, yes.
A link, he says,
Yes.
linkages between accused 3 and 5 and Ms. Khumalo.
Ngase ke ngiyahlola ngizama ukukhomba ke lapho ke ayizama khona enza imizamo ukuthi axhumanise phakathi kwakho umangalelo wesihlanu kanye noNkosazana Khumalo.
And in that endeavor, I read the transcript of the 24th of January 2024, where Brigadier Gininda explained to the court the steps he took to get warrants of arrest issued for the 5 accused, that is yourself, Mr. Sbiya, Ntanzi, Mapisa, and Ntuli.
Nakuleyo mizamo ke ngase ngikufundela ke statement sangomhla zing-24 kuJanuary 20 izinyathelo azithethe ngomhla ka-24 January 2024 maqondana nenyathelo azithatha ukuzama ukuthi athole incwadi ezigunyaza ukuboshwa kwabamangalelwa abayisihlanu. Can you repeat the 5 accused?
The 5 accused, Mr. Sbiya, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Mngube himself, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli.
Yilabo bamangalelwa abayisihlanu zilele ibonga zibizayo.
Now, yesterday, this is the point that I'm raising. I forgot to read to you the part where Brigadier Gininda then seeks to link Ms. Kelly Khumalo and what he provided to the magistrate in relation to the involvement of Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Izolo ke ngibeseke ngilibala ukuthi ngikufundele lapho ke echaza khona ke uBrigadier Ginenda ezama ke ukuthi ke ahlanganise uNkosazana Khumalo nalolu daba.
Now I'm going to proceed from there, and that will be found, like I said, on the transcript of the 24th of January 2024.
Ngizofunda ke lolo daba ke luzotholakala ke kuleyo nkulumo eye yabhalwa phansi yangomhla zing-24 kuJanuary 2024.
And the page number is 86.
Ikhasi ke lika 86.
Yes. And then I'll start reading from line, I think it's 16, 17, 18, 19, line 17. And then Brigadier Ginenda is reading from paragraph 3.6 of his affidavit in support of the issuing of a warrant of arrest.
Uyachaza ukuthi kutholakala lokho ekhasini number 86 umuqa weshumi nesikhombisa uyacaphuna ke ukuthi ke iliphi ku 3.6 lapho ke u Brigadier Ginenda ezama khona ke ukuthi ke axhumanise lolu daba.
And then
May I request
I'll read line by line, then you can interpret line by line to make it easy.
Yes, the court please.
Okay, thank you so, Mr. Mbatsana.
Ngoba ngaphathanga la uzongifundela ke umuqa ngomuqa. Bese ngiyahumusha ke okushiwoyo lapho kulelo khasi.
And then he says, Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo,
Uthi uNonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo
4 cell phone numbers that she did not disclose to the police when the incident took place.
ubala ke inombolo ke zama cell phone number mane angazange ke awaveze, did not disclose to
Disclose to the police when the incident took place.
angazange ke awaveze inombolo zakhona kuma emaphoyiseni ngenkathi kwenzeka lesi sehlakalo.
These numbers were discovered by the XDS system
Lezi nombolo zatholwa ngohlelo lo SDS
used by the cell phone analyst
okuyizona zisetshenziswa ke yiloyo ohlaziya ke ama cell phone
and subsequently linked to her activities.
lezo nombolo ke ezaholela ekutheni ke zihlanganiswe noma ziditshaniswe naye.
The numbers are as follows, and I took you through those numbers, but we can repeat them again. 079 494 4358.
Le nombolo ilezi ezilandelayo ngizosiphinda futhi noma ke ngike ngazisho ngaphambilini 079 494 4358
073 451 6017.
073 451 6017
And then 079 886 790. It looks like there's a number missing there.
elandelayo ke u079 886 790 lana kusobala ukuthi kukhona inombolo eshotayo.
And then there's a 061 456 2104, but
2104
it's 061 456 2108.
08
Yes.
061 4562108.
Let me stop there, Mr. Mbatsane and Mr. Mngube, because I'm reading from the transcript at page 86, but in his actual affidavit, the numbers that are written there are different slightly from here, what he testified about. So let me read directly from the affidavit.
Ake ngimise lapho ke ukufundela wemnumzane Mncube ngoba ngangifunda ku transcript phecelezi inkulumo elotshwe phansi ekhulunyiwe yaseke ilotshwa phansi kodwa ke uma ngifunda ke statement sakhe asifungele sineyinombolo ezehlukile.
So let me read from his affidavit, and that will be found at the continuation of paragraph 3 thereof. That's an affidavit that was deposed to on the 23rd of 11, 2020 at 15:30, and the Commissioner of Oaths is Mr. Dion Mulaudi, Sergeant Dion Mulaudi of I can't see, Guy Gibson Avenue, 41 Guy Gibson Avenue in Ereton. So the numbers are as follows: 079 494 8773.
Uma ngifunda ke statement sakhe asifungele afungiswa ke iphoyisa la uJohn Mlawuthi uyasho ke imininingwane yonke ukuze inkantolo izwisise ukuthi isiphi leso statement asifungele inombolo lapho kuleso statement asifungele uginenda sithi 0794948773.
The second number is 073 451 5017.
Inombolo yesibili u-073 451 5017.
The third one is 073 388 6730.
Eyesithathu 073 388 6730.
And the last one is 061 456 2104.
Eyokugcina ke izothi 061 456 2104.
Then we go back, Mr. Mbatsani, Mr. Mncube, to the transcript at page 86, and Brigadier Gininda says, the investigation further revealed that she is linked to the actual perpetrators of this murder by means of cell phone linkages.
Ake siphindele emuva ke weMncube uMbatsani umlomo kuphela ohumushayo. Asiphindele emuva ke ekhasini lika 86 lapho kuleyo nkulumo ayikhuluma yase ilotshwa phansi kaGininda lapho esho khona ukuthi ke ukuphenya noma uphenyo lukhomba ukuthi ke uyathinteka noma nayo uyahlanganiswa kanye nabenzi bobubi baloludaba.
And then he continues, these linkages connect her to accused 3 and 5.
Uchubekile lapho umechaza uma ngifunda inkulumo yakhe esilotshwe phansi ayikhulumile ukuthi lokhu kuhlanganiswa kwakhe kumhlanganisa noma kumdibanisa nomangalelo wesithathu nowesihlanu.
Now I can stop there and ask you to comment. He says, Brigadier Gininda, in his affidavit under oath in support of an application for warrant of arrest of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, that cell phone linkages link Ms. Kelly Khumalo, yourself, and Mr. Ntuli. What is your comment?
Angime lapho ke ngilibeke ngembaba ukuthi ke ngilimise ngesihloko ukuthi ke uthi uGininda uma efaka isicelo sokuthi ukhiphe incwadi ezigunyazayo ukuthi kuboshwe abantu usho uma esho uthi ke lezi nombolo zama cell phone zimxhumanisa kanye nomangalelo wesithathu nomangalelo wesihlanu uKelly Khumalo. Uthini wena uphawula ngokuthini kuloko?
Ayikho lento le, ayikho inamba ehlangana noKelly Khumalo.
There is no such a thing. There is not a number of mine that links me with Miss Kelly Khumalo.
205 yami khona la ecourt. Yawa Vodacom.
Yini i20?
205 eVodacom.
My Vodacom 205 is available right here in court.
Akunane number eyodwa kulezi number kakhele Khumalo ekhona efonini yami.
There is not a single number amongst these numbers that belongs to Kelly Khumalo that is actually in my cell phone number.
Ilokhu nje akukhulumayo uGeninda la. Into nje ayizama ukuhlanganisa ukuthi kuphumelele lencwadi yakhe ayiyenza lapha ku magistrate.
What Geninda merely said here, it was an attempt or an endeavor for him to get an approval of that application of that letter or of that document that he was applying for from the magistrate.
Ngoba wayengenayo indlela azongihlanganisa ngayo noKelly Khumalo.
Since, or because he had no way to link me with Kelly Khumalo.
Ingakho nala ecourt efike wathi khona isithombe esisefonini yami semali esikhona kuKelly Khumalo, but azange silethe esika Kelly Khumalo la ecourt.
Hence, even right here in court, he came here and said there was a photo. Isithombe semali.
Isithombe semali athi sikhona efonini yami
He
sikhona
said-
nasefonini kaKelly Khumalo, kodwa esefoni yami sikhona la ecourt esefoni kaKelly Khumalo sikho la ecourt sitshela umlomo wakhe.
That's why he said there is a money photo present in my phone, as well as in Kelly Khumalo's phone. Wangiphindela futhi kube kude kakhulu kodwa sikhona kuwe, sikhona Kelly Khumalo kodwa
Wathi sikhona kimi
Yeah.
isithombe semali sikhona kuKelly Khumalo.
yes, sengushilo.
Kodwa mayeza la ecourt
But when he came,
kukhona isithombe sefoni yami la ecourt semali.
when he came here to court, there was only my money photo,
Esike esefoni kaKelly Khumalo sikho
but
la ecourt.
the one of Kelly Khumalo's phone was not present here in court.
Lokho sikutshelo uye ngomlomo ukuthi yena kunesithombe sifana nesithombe sefoni yami.
That's what he said verbally, that there was a photo similar to my phone's photo.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ecourt into esebenza ubufakazi obusuke bulethiwe hayi umlomo kuphela.
And I think what the court uses is actually proof before court, not only something that has been said verbally.
So ayikho lento la ngihlangana noKelly Khumalo mina.
So all of this, it's non-existent. I'm not in any way linked to Kelly Khumalo.
Thank you. Then he proceeds. It was further discovered that through cell phone analyst, her cell phone memory has an album, same photo of a see-through bag containing cash notes on the exact position or location or spot of that of accused number 3. And this is exactly what you've just now related to the court.
Yeah, uchubekile wathi ke kuye kwatholwa ngalabo yilabo abahlaziya ke ama cell phone. Bathola ukuthi ke kukhona uthi i-see-through bag okusho ukuthi isikhwama okwazi ukuthi ubone ngaphakathi kuso. There is a cell phone note.
Sorry, let me reread slowly, Mr. Mbatsani. It was further discovered that through a cell phone analyst,
Kuye kwatholwa kusetshenziswa ke labo abahlaziya ke ama cell phone.
her cell phone memory album
Kwatholakala lapho ke i-album
has the same photo of a see-through bag containing cash notes
kwatholakala lapho ke isithombe ke sesikhwama okwazi ukuthi uma usibheka ubone ngaphakathi esasiphethe imali,
and in the exact position
ku position efana ncamashi
location
nendawo
or spot of that of accused number 3.
ya yommangalelo wesithathu.
So essentially it says in Kelly Khumalo's memory, phone memory, there is a photo of a money bag that is located at the exact same spot, location as in your phone, Mr. Mncube.
Oh, ngabanye amazwi uthi ke uma sekubhekwa ke imemory ye cellphone eka Kelly Khumalo ihlaziywa ngabahlaziyi ama-analyst phecelezi kuye kwatholakala ke isithombe sisendaweni efana ncamashi noma isifana ncamashi nalesi sitholakale kuwena nomzana Mncube njengoba wawusho manje.
Is that what you were relating
Yiloko wawuchaza
in
manje
your answer
ngendaba
before?
yesithombe semali.
Yeah, but isithombe lesi azange sitshele la ikhotha ukuthi sifika kanjani. Kimi sifika kanjani Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, but that photo, he never mentioned or explained in court as to how did it arrive to me.
Yes.
Neither how did it arrive to Kelly Khumalo.
Ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi kuneyindlela zokuxhumana esemafonini la eMzansi.
Because I think in South Africa here, there is a way of communicating or linking to each other through phones.
Ukuba kuthiwa uKelly Khumalo wayengisendele imali kwakumele kubonakala ukuthi nayi imali suka kuWhatsApp kaKelly Khumalo iya kuWhatsApp kaMncube.
If it was being alleged that Kelly Khumalo sent me money, then it should have been clearly visible that yeah, it's money. Uthi nge-WhatsApp ne? Ku-WhatsApp.
Ngizumzekelo ukuthi njenge WhatsApp nje komele kubonakala ukuthi suke ngaphi yangaphi.
Or for example, if money was sent, it was alleged that money was sent by Kelly Khumalo to me, Mncube, then through WhatsApp, it would be visible that here it's money being sent from Kelly Khumalo to Mncube.
Noma ungabe kuthiwa isuka ke mfuthi yaKelly Khumalo kumele kubonakala ukuthi nayi ihambe kanje.
Or if maybe it was being sent from me to Kelly Khumalo, it should have been shown or visible that it was sent in this manner.
Hayi uqhamuka uzositshela ukuthi ena ubona isithombe ngapha ubona isithombe ngapha usuthi labo bantu labayahlangana. Into engasebenzi leyo nto leyo.
Not that someone will come and just allege that I've seen a photo this side and a photo on the other phone, and then eventually deduct that these people are linked to each other.
Okay.
Sorry. From my understanding, was Brigadier Kininda taken under cross-examination regarding these very exigencies? Mr. Ramsepidi?
My Lord, if I may look at the record, this is a record where he was testifying, and I want to see who was taking him through this, my Lord. It was during cross-examination by Mr. Mngomezulu, my Lord.
Yeah, but I'm sure all the court wants to know is, was he taken under cross-examination?
Yes, he was taken under cross-examination.
Concerning these very aspects which concern Mr. Ncube?
I'm not sure whether it related to Mr. Mngomezulu.
Okay, let me ask
Yes, because at the time Mr. Mngomezulu was only representing accused number 1.
But we've got the record there.
Yes, but I'm saying, my Lord, he was taken through cross-examination.
Yeah.
That was the first question by the court.
Yeah.
Now, relating to the specific issues of this,
I hear you.
I'm saying I'm not sure.
Okay, fine. Mr. Balui, was Kininda cross-examined concerning the linkages, the aspects concerning the linkages?
Well, our recollection, my Lord, is that not in the terms, specific terms, now that the accused is alleging, but we're relying on memory, my Lord. We check in the record.
And were there two plastic transparent bags? Can anybody remember?
They were displayed to him in court, my Lord.
Two, ne? That I remember.
Yes.
It's just that I heard Mr. Nume
Yes.
says these were never displayed. Anyway, that's not important. I'll check it thoroughly, but I don't recall that.
wayibuza ke umehluleli ukuthi ke kulolu daba kulezidingo waphekwa ngemibuzo na ubrigadier.
Because as I recall, this gentleman was taken through thorough cross-examination. He was even accused of fabricating a cell phone, those two numbers, of planting them in the phone, or creating or fraudulently perjuring himself in the reproduction to try and prove that there was a communication between accused number 5 and Kelly. You remember that evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. Thorough cross-examination. WhatsApp messages to say he is actually forged. WhatsApp messages.
No, WhatsApp call, not WhatsApp message.
Calls. You can even recall it was Ms. Mshololo who said that. But this I don't remember. Okay, you heard me.
I think, my lord, let me clarify. I think the court is hearing, and we, with due respect, Mr. Mngube at cross purposes. What Mr. Mngube simply says, he says, here in court, it's only displayed from my downloads that there's a plastic bag of money. Yet there's no corresponding showing of that particular plastic in Kelly Khumalo's downloads.
Okay.
And he further elaborates to say, if there's a linkage, if they say Ramosepele and Munisi communicated and exchanged a particular object, then that object will be shown via linkages on the phone, but there's no such.
Yeah, fine.
That's how I'm understanding.
I will check that.
Yes.
Because I cannot.
So he's not saying there were two plastic bags.
Okay, fine.
That's not what
Okay.
he's saying. man. That's the
No problem.
Ubecacisela kahle umehluleli kulolu daba ngoba befuna ukucacela umehluleli ukuthi ngokukhumbula kwakhe waphekwa ngemibuzo noma wayemelwe ngomunye ummeli kwakhona omunye ummeli waphekwa ngemibuzo uGininda kakhulu maqondana nalolu daba kwaze kwashiwo ukuthi inombolo ezimbili ngenkathi ephekwa ngemibuzo into azakhele yona ukuthi ayenze ukuthi sitholakale kwangathi kwakhona ukuxhumana phakathi kwabo nommangalelo wesihlanu. Uyacacisa ke mmeli uyamcacisela ukuthi uthini umncube okwamanje, ukuthi umncube uyakhuluma ukuthi uyachaza ukuthi uma kudownloadwa ngapha uma ngabe kwakukhona ukuxhumana kwakusobonakala ukuthi lo muntu uthumela umlayezo usuka ngapha uye ngapha noma uthumela lesi sithombe kusuka ngapha kuye ngapha. Wayicacisela umehluleli ngalolu daba.
Is that how I'm understanding you, Mr. Mngube?
Ngikuzwisisa kahle usho njalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Kodwa naye uGininda la ecourt.
But Gininda himself in court.
Ukuthi angisakhumbula ukuthi umeli mupho wayembuza. Kodwa bambuza ukuthi kuyabonakala ukuthi ke na khona kuvela khona ukuthi bahlangana izifike kanjani komunye.
There is at a stage where he was asked, even though I don't remember very well which representative was it that asked him, asked Gininda if, does it show how did utukufike kanjani ini?
Ukuthi ithombe basendelane kanjani.
As to
Itholakale kanjani.
how were the photos sent to each other? Does it show?
Please, my lord, the court has just asked us if there's evidence to this effect that there was evidence about the transparent money back on Ms. Kelly Khumalo's phone. Colonel Stein did testify about that, and his affidavit has been handed up where the photos of the money bag
Are shown there?
Yes, are shown.
I can remember that.
Uthi ke inkantolo beyibuza ke ngalesi sikhwama esi transparent esikhona ukubonisa ke imali. Uthi ke uKenela uStein estatementini sakhe esifungele wafakaza ngaloko.
Okay,
Uthi
let's
umehluleli
continue.
uyakukhumbula.
As the court places, my lord. Now he proceeds, Colonel Brigadier Gininda, to say, this is, and there is no reasonable explanation as to why Kelly Khumalo will be in contact telephonically with the hitman or the killers of her boyfriend and share the same picture of a bag full of money.
Uqhubekile wase uyasho ukuthi ke kasikho isizathu esizwisisekayo singachaza ukuthi kungani ke u Kelly Khumalo wayexhumana ke nalowo umbulali noma mhlaseli womlingano wakhe noma ke iboyfriend yakhe and futhi baphinde babe nezithombe ezifanayo zemali.
Did you understand that?
Uyakuzwisisa lokho?
Ngiyakuthola.
I
Kodwa
do.
ngisho Steni la icourt wahluleka ukuchaza ukuthi zafika kanjani komunye.
I do get you, but Stein himself, right here in court, failed to explain as to how did they reach to each other.
Ubugebengu nje singakhuluma singafaki izindaba zobugebengu. Ubugebengu lokho benzakalayo. Ngoba makuzothiwa kunesithombe ngapha kunesithombe ngapha kumele kube khona indlela eyifike ngayo komunye umuntu. Kungavele kuthiwe nje kunezithombe kubantu ezibonakalayo ukuthi ziyafana.
So this is criminality, what was happened here, if we may put it straightforward. It is criminality. There should be an explanation as to how did they reach or get to each other. It shouldn't just be a mere allegation that there are similar photos on each other.
La into abazama ukuyenza ukuthi mhlambe bafuna indlela yokuthi kubonakale kangconywana abakwenzayo bona. Kodwa noma kungenayo into ebhalwe phansi ekhona ukuthi na indlela ekuxhunyanwe ngayo. Yabo kodwa bafuna nje ukubonisa ukuthi bona babona izinto ngendlela abazobonisa ngayo icourt.
What they were trying to do, it was just an endeavor to show the court. Bafuna ukubonisa ukuthini? Ngiphindele lapho.
Bafuna ukuzama ukubonisa icourt ukuthi mhlambe bona labantu baba kunesithombe ngapha nangapha kodwa ayikho indlela yokuxhumana.
They trying to prove that there was a photo on either side, on this side and the other side. But there is no way that they proved that there was actually linkage.
Okay. And he continues that communication records between her, meaning Kelly, and her sister shows that as early as 2013, she wanted to get rid of the deceased, as she puts it.
Uqhubekile wathi ke uma ebheka ukuxhumana phakathi kukaKelly nodadewabo kubonisa ukuthi ke kusukela vele ngawo 2013 wayefuna ukuthi ke amsuse umufi.
Do you understand that?
Uyakuzwa lokho?
Ngiyezwa indlela yokuxhumana bexhumana ngayo ukubonakala kuyo angithi washo wathi WhatsApp.
Yes.
I do get you, understand you. The manner of communication that shows that he said it was WhatsApp, isn't it?
Clean WhatsApp bayichaza nabe court.
It's clear it's WhatsApp, through WhatsApp.
Yabona
They explained it to the court.
Yabona ke lokho ethomba ukuthi abakuchazile bona ukuthi kanjani.
You see, when you compare that to the photos, in relation to photos, they are not explaining it. How?
Okay. Are you done?
Uqedile?
Yebo.
Yes.
And she further states that she regrets not succeeding to get rid of him before.
Uqhubekile waqhaza ukuthi ke uyazisola ngokuthi ke angakwazanga ukuthi amsuse ngaphambili.
And he continues, taking into account all of these facts, an inference can be drawn that she meant killing him.
Uqhubekile ke waqhaza wathi ke uma ke ubhekisisa konke lokho leyo nkulumo lokho kungaletha umqondo noma kungafinyelelisa umuntu emqondweni ukuthi ke wayechaza ukuthi ambulale ukumsusa wayechaza ukuthi ambulale.
And it continues cell phone records shows that after the incident took, I suppose, place, she phoned a number of people from the 082-703-4358 number.
Uqhubekile wathi ke ngemva kokuba isehlakalo senzekile wathintana nabantu ngocingo elwalinenombolo wathintana nabantu abathize abambalwa esebenzisa inombolo ethi 082-703-43 is it 58 or 68 at the end?
Here it says 58.
Or 58.
Yeah. But no call was made to emergency services.
Uthi lokho ke kukhonjwa ke i-record lengcingo lama cell phone record kodwa ke nanobe kunjalo alikho ucingo olwashayela labo abasebenza ngezimo eziphuthumayo.
She also subsequently went to the witch doctor for cleansing, as was also done by the other accused in this matter.
Yaqhubeka inkulumo ithi ke futhi waya nasenyangeni noma ke isangoma ukuze ayohlanzwa phela ngendlela efanayo naloko kwenziwa ngabanye babamangalelwa kulolu daba uthi nabo bayokuhlanzwa isangoma.
Do you want to comment on this last part where he says that Kelly Khumalo went for cleansing, ritual cleansing at the witch doctor, and so did the accused persons in this matter, that is inclusive of yourself?
Ungathanda ukuphawula kuloko na uthi uKhumalo Kelly Khumalo wahamba ukuthi ayogezwa phela ahlanzwe isangoma noma belaphi bendabuko ngokufanayo njengoba nawe kuthiwa ke nawe waya uyohlanzwa ngumlaphi wendabuko noma inyanga.
Ayi mina akukho lapho ngayogeza khona mina inyanga.
I did not go anywhere for cleansing, for ritual cleansing.
Nalokho lokukhuluma ngayo la mina ngimazi ku TV kuphela.
Even that Kelly Khumalo that is being referred to here, I do not know her. I only know her from seeing her on television, that's all.
Kanti akunabufakazi futhi la court ukuthi mina ngayogeza enyangeni. Into eshiwo ngomlomo.
And there is no proof or evidence before this court that I went for the ritual cleansing from a traditional healer.
Njengoba ngingenabufakazi futhi ukuthi mina ngihlangana noKheli.
It's just a mere allegation. The same way that there is no proof before this court that I was that I was communicating with Kelly.
Now he continues, the statement of Mr. Mkhize, who is an expert in this matter, clearly indicates that this is normally or how it should be done, especially if one is innocent. I'm reading it as is here. So let me read Mr. Betsane again. He says the statement of Mr. Mkhize, who is an expert in this matter,
uqhubekile wayesethi-ke wathana i-statement esikamnumzana noma inkulumo kamnumzana Mkhize owuchwepheshe kulolu
clearly indicates that this is normally done or how it should be done.
Bukhombile lobo bufakazi bakhe noma leyo nkulumo yakhe ukuthi-ke lokho yilokho okuvamisile ukuthi kwenziwe.
Especially if one is innocent.
Ikakhulukazi uma umuntu ke emsulwa.
And I'm not going, Mr. Mncube, to pretend that I did understand what he was saying here. Even now, I don't understand what he's saying. I only know that he says Mr. Mkhize is an expert in this field, but his explanation, normally how it's done, or one is innocent, I don't understand that. Do you understand him?
Angizozenzisa ke ngingummeli kwangathi ngiyazwisisa ukuthi uthini. Nami angimzwisisi ukuthi ubechaza ukuthini. Umethi ke inkulumo kaMkhize ocwepheshe kulolu daba. Uthi ke ngokujwayelekile yiloko umuntu akwenzayo uma emsulwa. Uma ethu yiloko umuntu akwenzayo uma emsulwa. Angizwisisi ukuthi uchaza ukuthini. Uyazwisisa wena?
I understand.
I don't.
And then he proceeds, evidence by means of a son collaborating an independent witness's statement establish a causal link between the offenders and the offenses of murder.
Can you repeat that for me? Evidence by Mr.
By means of a son collaborating an independent witness statements.
Ubufakazi ke obufakazela lokho obuqhamuka ke kufakazi ofungile wabhalisa istatement esifungelwe. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mbatsane. Where am I?
I don't have a copy. I'm just...
Establish a causal link between the offenders and the offenses of murder.
Oh, lobo bufakazi obufungelwe bukafakazi obufungelwe noma ubufakazi obuyistatement esifungelwe empeleni uyaxhumana causal
link between the offenders and the offenses of murder.
Obuxhumanisa labo abantu okuthiwa benze lecala kanti ke necala lokubulala.
Robbery.
Xhumanisa futhi liyabafaka ke ecaleni futhi lokubamba inkunzi.
Robbery and aggravating circumstances, possession of a licensed firearm and possession of ammunition, and conspiracy to commit murder.
Ukubamba inkunzi kunezimo ezandisa ububi, ukutholakala ke nezibhamu ngokungekho emthethweni, ukungenazo incwadi ezigunyaza ukutholakala nalezo zibhamu, kanti ke nokwakha uzungu lokubulala umuntu. Ngamanye amazwi uthi uma ubheka lesi statement esifungelwe ubheka ke leso statement ke siyabaxhumanisa ke labo bantu okuthiwa benze ububi balamacala esengiwashilo nalolu daba.
And then finally he says Ms. Kelly Khumalo seems to be the trigger point of this murder.
Ekugcineni ke uyasho ukuthi ke uKelly Khumalo kuyakhomba ukuthi uyena ke umsusi walolu daba.
And then he says the statement was commissioned on the 23rd of November 2020.
Wayesephetha ngokuthi ke istatement lesi safungelwa ngumfungisi waso ngomhla zingama-23 enyangeni kaNovember onyakeni ka-2020.
Now, Mr. Mngube, when Brigadier Geninda says Kelly Khumalo is the trigger point of this murder, and Mr. Advocate Mnisi has taken you through this, essentially what he says is that this is an agreed and deliberate, discussed murder amongst the five of you, and the five of you inclusively were procured by Ms. Kelly Khumalo to kill Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngamanye amazwi ke uma uGeninda ebeka ngalolu hlobo uchaza ukuthi ke uKelly Khumalo wanthenga nina nobahlanga ukuthi ke niyobulala ke umufi lo.
Do you want to comment on that last aspect?
Ungathanda ukuphawula yini kuloko wemncuphe?
Hayi into emangazayo nje nehlekisayo ukuthi uKelly Khumalo akekho la.
What surprises here, and which is also fun, is that Kelly Khumalo is not present here.
kusho ukuthi umthetho khona la usebenza khona khona ungasebenzi khona.
That will mean that there are at certain stages where the law functions and there is where it doesn't function.
Ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu othenga abantu yena umuntu osuke ebulale lo muntu kahle kahle.
Because I think that someone who had procured people, in actual fact, that person is actually the murderer.
Ngoba umuntu obulele angeke ayobulala umuntu lo omthengile engazange asho.
Because a person who kills will not go and kill a person without an instruction of the one who procured that person.
So umuntu obaleke kakhulu uyombulali nomuntu othengile. Kodwa umuntu othengile kuza kanjani ngokuya kwawo amaphoyisa ukuthi akekho la enkantolo kodwa ebekhipha imali ukuthi hambulala umuntu.
So the person who will be very, very important. It will be the murderer, being the person who committed the murder, and the person also who procured that person. So, according to what the police say, now the question is, how come is the person who did the procurement is not before court?
Kudlalwa ngathi senziwa abantwana abancane.
Yeah, it is like they are playing games like as if we were small children.
Manje thina sisonengane ukuthi sizoxhashazwa nje kuthiwe uthengiwe kodwa ngapha umuntu othengile kuthiwa akekho kodwa akaboshiwe.
We are not children, my lord, to be exploited. Allegations being made against us that we have been procured, but the procurer or the alleged procurer has not been arrested.
Sitshela nje ngencwadi thiwa wabhala incwadi ukuthi akaboshwe. Ubona sithi into engekho leyo
We are-
ngoba yayibhaliwe ngabe uboshiwe.
We are only being told about a document or warrant that it was declared that that person should be arrested.
Now, to be
But that
fair-
is something that does not exist, because if there was such a person, would have been arrested.
And to be fair to you, Mr. Mngube, on that aspect, Brigadier Gininda was asked the same question, and he said he presented his viewpoint to the prosecution, and he was told to hold the process of issuing of that warrant for Ms. Kelly Kumalo so that further investigations should be conducted, because this was a prosecutorial-driven investigation.
Ukuyibeka kahle kuwena wemncube. Wabuzwa ke uGininda ngalolo daba ngaloyo ndlela. Kodwa ke yena waphendula ngokuthi yena wawubeka umbono wakhe ngendlela abona ngayo. Kwabe gunya lezokushushisa. Kodwa ke waziswa ukuthi ibambe kancane weGininda ake umise lolo daba. Ngoba lolo daba lisafuna ukuthi kungakhishwa incwadi egunywazayo ukuthi aboshwe. Kodwa ke kuhlolisiswe kuqala kuphenywe kuqala ngoba lolu phenyo uhlobo lophenyo elenziwa lufaka abashushisi ngaphakathi.
Okusho ukuthi kusafuna investigation ke ku-NPA ngaleyo nto leyo.
Then that means that an investigation is still necessary by the NPA regarding that issue.
Ngoba phela uyaziwa umuntu owathenga abantu ukuthi babulala uSenzo Meyiwa.
Because accordingly, the person who supposedly procured people to kill Senzo Meyiwa, it's known.
Okay. Are we done? Thank you.
Yes, I am.
Now, Mr. Mngube, let me return to an issue yesterday that I said I'll request the assistance of Mr. Makaza with to be here so that it can be beamed on the screen here. Can we go to Exhibit BB, Mr. Makaza?
Ake siphindele lapho sigcine khona izolo ke wemncube ukuthi sawucela umnumzana Makaza ukuthi ke azosiza ke ngale ithombe ezizoboniswa ku screen.
Thank you, Mr. Makaza. Now, Mr. Mngube, on display on the monitor there, it's Exhibit BB. And the reason why I'm asking that to be displayed is because of this, and I'm going back to that. Yesterday, we were going through the evidence of Constable Zungu.
Ngibonisa ke ubufakazi BB. And izolo ke siphindele sabheka ubufakazi buka Constable uPhoyisa uZungu.
And we were dealing in particular to paragraph 8 of his 30 May 2023 statement.
Sasi dingida udaba lwakhe sibheka ke uparagraph number 8
And to-
statement sakhe sangomhla zingu-30 kuMay onyakeni ka-2023.
And to remind you and Mr. Mbatsani, because he was not here yesterday, this is what he said.
Ukukhumbuza ke kanye nomhumushi ke ngoba wayengekho izolo naka akushisa.
In paragraph 8 of his statement, Constable Zungu stated that he saw a newspaper article on the 28th of October 2014 about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Uthize ke ubone ke udaba olwalisephephandabeni ngomhla zingu-28 ku langomhla zingu-28 ku
October,
October ngo-2014
Yes.
lokubulawa kukamnumzane Senzo Meyiwa.
yes. And he stated that he noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika and in brackets, Bongani Ntanzi.
Uthi ke wabona ukuthi isithombe esidwetshiwe laphaya ke siqukethe ke umuntu ongumafika sifake lelo gama kubakaki ukuchazwa uBongani Ntanzi.
And that he was wearing a black hoodie top.
Nokuthi ke wayegqoke ke isembatho sangaphezulu esiye saziwa ngele hood. Amagama esikwazi ukwembesa ikhanda kusukela ngemuva.
And that the other suspect had dreadlocks which resembles that of Carlos Gadla Ncube.
Wayesesho ke futhi ke ukuthi ke lona omunye umsolwa wayene sinwele zohlobo lwama dreadlocks o fanana ncamashi no Carlos Gadla Ncube.
Now the context is this, Mr. Ncube. This is the ID kit that was released nationally, internationally, on the 28th of October, after the incident of the 26th of October at Fosloras, to say, these are be on the lookout. We are looking for these two gentlemen. They are persons of interest in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngamanye amazwi ke okuqukethwe ke ngikushoyo ukuthi ke ngamanye amazwi lezi ithombe ke ezavezwa noma ezidwetshiwe okuyizona okwakufuna ukuthi kwaziwe ngazo kuthiwa ke labo ibona abantu ke abafunayo maqondana nodaba luka Senzo Meyiwa zakhishwa ukuthi zibone ezweni lonke ngisho nangaphesheya imbala.
And I want
Maqondana nodaba
you,
luka Senzo Meyiwa.
so sorry, Mr. Mbatsani. I want you to keep in the back of your mind, what Advocate Mnisi went through you regarding the description that was given by the eyewitnesses that were in the house regarding the length of the dreadlocks that they saw from the first suspect who was wielding a firearm, who was wearing a hat, who was wearing a top or a jacket ranging from khaki, burgundy, caramelish, brown, all of those colors.
Ngifuna ukubeka emqondweni ke ukhumbule ke ngenkathi ke ummeli uMnesi ekhola ngemibuzo ukuthi ke kwathiwa bachazwa kanjani labo basolwa abangena endlini ikakhulukazi lona okuthiwa ke wayenezinwele zohlobo zama-dreadlocks ubude balawo ma-dreadlocks nokuthi wayeqoke kwathiwa ke uqoke ibhantshi elisakhakhi noma eli-brown noma ke okuthiwa ke ngolukaGeorge lu-burgundy wonke lawo maphuzu wakhumbula ukuthi bamqhaza kanjani uma ubheka lokhu engqondweni yakho ukukhumbule lokho. Yes.
Yebo.
Now, Constable Zungu, who's the star witness for the state, and I'm saying that without fear, says, when I looked at that newspaper article of the 28th of October 2014, the hairstyle of the person that is on the right, or the sketch that is depicted on the right, resembled that of Gada. That means on the 26th of October 2014, he saw some Gada with dreadlocks similar to this one. What is your comment?
Bese kuthi ke ufakazi wabo okuyena ophuma phambili phecelezi u-star witness ngikusho lokho ngesibindi uthi uyena impela abamethembile loyo ufakazi usuku uthi uma echaza wathi ngithe uma ngibheka ke iphephandaba ngibona isithombe salowo okuthiwa uGadla. What was the last part of the question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
That he had dreadlocks that
Yes.
resembled the sketch here.
Gadla had dreadlocks that resembled.
Constable Zungu said when he looked at the newspaper article,
Yes.
the dreadlocks of the sketch
Yes.
resembles the dreadlocks that Gada had.
Get you. uZungu uthe ngithe uma ngibheka iphephandaba le ngabona ukuthi isithombe esikhona lapha lama dreadlocks alesa sithombe afana ngamashini nakaGadla.
Now, did your hairstyle on the 26th of October 2014, Mr. Ngube, look like the hairstyle depicted on the sketch on the right?
Umbuzo wamncube uthi ngabe ke ihairstyle yakho yayinjena na njengaloko kwakubonakala okuphephandabeni.
Into embili engahlangani. Estyle yami engangiyenzile mina nge-26 October 2014 nalento edwetshwe la into embili engahlangani.
They are totally two different things. The hairstyle that I had on the 26th of October 2014 and what is being shown here are two different things.
Ungcono lokho akukhuluma ngomlomo. Kuboniswa izithombe eyifakwe kuyo le court ukuthi nganginjani nge-26 October 2014.
What is better, my Lord, is that I'm not merely denying it by word of mouth. It is shown by the photos that are available as to how my hairstyle was on the 26th of October 2014.
So mina ngangilukile nge-26 October 2014.
And on the 26th of October 2014, my hair was braided.
Enama-dread ami ayengaka mhlambe mangaphosisi ngo-2010 mhlambe.
And my dreadlocks were this long, if I'm not mistaken, Nini,
2010 mhlambe engaka.
maybe or perhaps in 2010, they were like this long.
2014 kunamatete amade kakhulu akukhona ethombeni la ecourt.
In 2014, I had very long ones. They are available in photos right here in court.
So lesi story nje lesi esikhandiwe la ukuthi sisondezwe kimi.
So this is just an invented story or fabricated story, just to bring me closer to it.
And abantu bakwaKhumalo umuntu abambona lo.
And the Khumalo people, the person they saw is this one. The witness points to the board, the picture on the board.
Hayi uNcube.
Not Mngube.
ngoba umncuba kanjena futhi wayengenjena.
Because Mngube is not like this. Neither was he like this.
This is photo. This is my photo. Okay, Mr. Mngube, and just by looking at the sketch on the right again, just by your observation, are the dreadlocks that are depicted there plated?
Wemngube, mubheka nje kwesokudla. Kulo yamdwebo umfanekiso womuntu. La ma dreadlocks akhona lapha ya. Elukiwe na?
Cha walukiwe.
No, they are not.
Ayayilengela nje avala amadlebe.
They are just hanging, covering the ears.
And also take into context, Mr. Mngube, that they're saying the person that the people in the house saw with dreadlocks that reach up to the neck level was also wearing that what they describe as a sport hat or a Scotch hat.
Hat.
Yes.
Oh, siphinde futhi ke sibhekisise lokho abakuchazile. Ukuthi ke lo muntu abambona anama dreadlocks ayefinyelela ehlombe athi akuthanda ukushaya la ehlombe.
No, they set up to the neck level. And they were
Entanyeni,
yeah, they
entanyeni.
were showing by their hands that up to the neck level.
Entanyeni afinyelela la entanyeni. So kuthiwa futhi wayegcoke wayembethe ke isigqoko noma sport noma Scotch.
Right. Now, this is what he says. And he further then also says this. In the same breath that he says, I saw this, that they resembled the dreadlocks of Gadla. He then says the following, in cross-examination on the 2nd of October, 2023. He says, the dreadlocks that he saw of you on the sketch, they were different because yours were plated. That's what he says. He says they were tied up. And in cross-examinations, he says they were braided, fastened together, smart and black in color. So I want you to perhaps try to reconcile this.
Kuyo yona leyo nkulumo emva kokuthi eseshiso ukuthi lesisithombe ama dreadlocks esinawo ayafana nalawo kaGadla. Kodwa ke uma esefakaza ngomhla zimbili kuOctober ku2023 uthi chabo ama dreadlocks ayenawo ayehlukile ngoba wona ayibonakala kahle kahle aboshiwe kahle and they were tied up, they were fastened.
He says they were smart and they were black in color.
Futhi ke ayimahle futhi athi akabe mnyama ngokombala.
Now, I want you, in the context of what I said yesterday, that we're going to evaluate at the end of it all when we argue the credibility of the role players. In that context, I want you to just try to reconcile this. Under one breath, he says the dreadlocks look similar to the sketch here. And on the other breath, he says, no, but they were smart, they were tied in, they were braided, and they were black in color. Do you want to comment on that?
Ya ngithanda ukuthi lokho ke ukuzwisise kahle ngoba sizokusebenzisa uma sesibeka inkulumo mpikiswano ngoba inkantolo izokuhlolisisa uma seyibheka ukwethembeka noma ukwethenjwa kwawufakazi. Ngifuna izwisise kahle le nkulumo. Uthena uma ichaza but hayi lama dreadlocks ayafana nama dreadlocks akhe uGadla. Kodwa ke uyaphinde ke uma isifakaza uthi cha ayihlukile ngoba akhe ayeboshiwe ekahle futhi ke esmart futhi emnyama ngokombala. So what was the question?
How does he then, Mr. Mngube, if you can comment, reconcile this, what he says on the one hand and what he says on the other, Mr. Constable Zulu? I'll call him Mr. Constable.
Manje ke lokho kokubili uma ukudibanisa wena ngokwakho uyihlanganisa le nkulumo wena ngokwakho ungaphawula uthi ngapha usho lokhu ngapha usho lokhu
Into ezitosha into embili ukuthi lento ekhanda ehlanganisa. Into engekho, akangazi mina lo.
you mentioned two different things hence I say this thing it's being invented or fabricated. It's something that is non-existent. Into engekho
Ekhanda.
is fabricated.
Ukuba wayazi mina wayezokhuluma into ayibone kimi. Wayengeke athi wabona ama-threat afana nawami kodwa ebona ama-threat aso.
If he knew me, he would say something that he had seen from me. He would not reconcile these dreadlocks and say he saw dreadlocks that are similar to mine, referring to something like this. The witness points to the picture.
Mr. Makaza, can we go to this? Mr. Mnube, I want them to move away for a second from this ID kit, Exhibit BB. I want us to display photo 7 of the ID part.
Ucela uMakhaza ke ukuthi kavule isithombe sesikhombisa ukuthi asithi
I think it's E1, the
ukusuka
photos
kancane
for the,
ke IT kit.
but print this in your memory because I'm going to want you to comment on the photograph that I'm going to show you in relation to this sketch on the right from the ID kit.
Kodwa ke ukubeka engqondweni ke lokho ngoba ngizokucela ukuthi uphawule. Engqondweni yakho ubeke sikhuluma ngesithombe angisho zimbili lapha sikhuluma ngalesi sisandle sokudla.
Yebo.
Yes.
Or you can do 70. Yeah. If I may approach, madam. My lord, it's 11:11, may I request that we have a normal tea adjournment, then we'll proceed after tea break.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ngisathu kuhlaba ikhefu. Sikofu. Hayi, sangiyibambile.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Yeah, producer, ngobe uthi usafungile.
Yebo.
The witness is reminded that it's still under oath, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Mr. Mbatsani. Thank you, Mr. Mngube.
Sibonga mnumzane Mncube.
Now, Mr. Mngube, I've requested Mr. Makaza to beam side by side the photograph from the ID parade that was held on the 29th of October 2014, attended by some of the people that were in the house on the night the incident occurred.
Ngicela ke umnumzane Makhatha osizayo ngokuveza lezi ithombe ku screen ukuthi ke angibekele zona zithi ukumandawonye. Angibekele isithombe ke sathwetshulwa ngomhla zing-29 ku-October 2014 ku-ID parade ngabantu ababekhona ngaloko busuku kwenzeka isehlakalo.
And then also the sketch on the right, which is the identity kit that was compiled by the facial recognition expert.
Leso isithombe sesandleni sokunxele ngikhulume ngaso kuqala bese kuthi esandleni sokudla ke kube khona ke lo mdwebo.
Now,
Ibuso
Mr.
noma wesithombe ke
Sorry.
esadwetshwa ke uchwepheshe ke okwazi ukudweba lokho akuchazelwayo ukuveza ukuthi ke lo muntu osolwayo unjani.
Now, Mr. Mnuga, I know that you are not a facial recognition expert. I'm not going to ask you to comment about the likeness of the photo, the actual photo from the ID and the sketch. But what I want you to comment on is the type and the length of the dreadlocks as depicted in the sketch and also as depicted in the photo 17 from the ID parade.
Ngiyazi ka uyena uchwepheshe ofundele ukuthi ke akwazi ke ukuchaza ubuso bomuntu. Kodwa ke ngakho ke angizocela ukuthi uPaulo ngobuso okufanana nokungafani. Kodwa ke ngizocela ukuthi ukwenze ngizocela ukuthi ubheke ubude beinwele obuvezwayo lapha ya. Kulesa sithombe salowo muntu owayekhona ku-ID parade esandleni sokunxele nalesi sithombe sesandleni sokudla esadwetshwa ke uchwepheshe owayechazelwa.
And your comment must also take into cognizance the description that was given by the eyewitnesses that were in the house relating to the length of the dreadlocks of the suspect that they saw, that it went up to the neck level.
Ekuphawuleni kwakho uphinde ukhumbule incazelo eyanikezwa ofakazi ababekhona endlini ngalobo busuku kwenzeka isehlakalo bona abachaza ukuthi lawo ma dreadlock ayethanda ukuthi afinyelele la entanyeni.
Now you can comment, Mr. Mnuve, if you've got any comments.
Uma khona uthanda ukuphawula ke ngobude baleinwele ukhumbule naloko engushiyo bama dreadlocks ungaphawula.
Isithombe lesi esidwetshiwe sinama-dread afika entameni.
The photo depicting the sketch, the one that has been sketched by the expert, has got dreadlocks with the length that reaches the neck.
Kanti naso lesalo muntu lesinama-dread asondelele entanyeni.
And the other one, the other photo that is shown of the person, also has got dreadlocks that almost reach the neck.
Noma engalingani nona exactly kodwa uyabona nawo la ukuthi ama-dread asesemancane nalawo asesemancane.
Even though they are not exactly the same size, but you can see that these are dreadlocks that are still small, and the other that
Omabili.
both of them are small dreadlocks.
Noma engalingani nona exactly.
Even though the size is not equal, is not exactly equal,
Kodwa wona la wonke entanyeni.
but all of them reach the neck.
And also factor in, Mr. Mngube, that the eyewitnesses say the first intruder with dreadlocks was also wearing a hat, and that hat, the dreadlocks were protruding from the head.
Ukhumbule ke nodaba lokuthi mnumzana Mngcobo ofakazi bathi ke umsolo wayegqoke isigqoko ngakho ke ama dreadlocks lawo ayethanda ukuthi avele la ngaphansi kwesigqoko athi ukuhlola ngaphansi kwesigqoko.
Do you recall that evidence, Mr. Mngube?
Uyabukhumbula lobo bufakazi?
Yebo ngiyakukhumbula.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to add to your comment regarding the dreadlock style of the sketch and the photo from the ID parade?
Kukhona yini mhlawumbe ungathanda ukukwengeza ke ekuphawuleni kwakho noma ekuchazeni kwakho maqondana ne-style hlobo lwama dreadlocks lawa isithombe esidwetshiwe naleso kuyisithombe sona soqobo?
Ama-dread wabona nje ukuthi ama-dread ayekiwe ayayilengela nje ngoba omabili uma uthe wabheka avala amadlebe omabili.
You can see that in both sketch and picture or photo, these threads are hanging loosely. It's just been left like that. They are hanging and they are covering ears on both of the sketch and the picture.
Akuna-thread elilukiwe la.
There is no plated thread here.
Lokhu ngicabanga ukuthi into emayelana nabantu ababekhona endlini.
Yikuphi lokho?
Lokhu kokubili ngicabanga ukuthi kuhambelana nabantu ababekhona endlini.
Oh, both of these, the sketch and the photo, actually, I think relates to the people who were present in the house.
Ababona ngoba yibo ababetshela iphoyisa ngalona, yibo futhi ababekhomba ngalona kwi-parade.
Such people who actually saw or witnessed it, because they are the people who were describing to the police about it,
Yebo ukuthi lidwebe lomdwebo so.
in order to sketch that picture.
Yibo futhi abakhomba umuntu la kwi-parade so.
And they are the ones as well who pointed out the person on the other photo.
Lokho kubonisa ukuthi umuntu ababembonile bona wayenama-thread afike entanyeni njengokubhala kwabe estatementini.
That shows, my Lord, that the person that they saw had dreadlocks that reached the neck. It was like this.
Lokho futhi okubonisa ukuthi umuntu abambona wayenama-thread ami kanje angalukiwe.
And further, that proves that the person that they saw had similar threads like this, which were not plated.
Ngoba bona babedweba into abayibonayo ababefanekisa ngayo ukuthi idwetshwe umuntu oyiphoyisa.
Because they were describing something that they witnessed. So hence, they gave that description to be sketched by the police official.
So kuba lama-thread mhlambe made sikhuluma ngobude nje babezodweba ama-thread amade la isithombe nabe sibona ama-thread amade.
If the dreadlocks were long, such would have been drafted or sketched down. We would be seeing on this picture long dreadlocks.
Enesa ngabe sibona ama-thread alukiwe kuba babethe babona umuntu one-thread elukiwe ngabe sibona ama-thread alukiwe la.
And we would be seeing plated dreadlocks, should they have described the person or the suspect as one having plated dreadlocks. That would have been sketched.
Akekho umuntu ongaphikisana nabo ngoba yibo ababedweba la ababesendlini ababebona.
And no one can argue with them because they are the ones who actually gave the description to be sketched, since they were present in the house and saw it.
Sorry, when you say description of the representation which had to be sketched, which representation are you alluding to? Because me, just being a reasonable person with some sight, if you look at these two photo productions, whether you call them sketches or whatever, these are two different representations. Two totally different representations. Look at the gentleman on you. I'm not saying it's yourself. On the right, you can see he's got a full tuft of hair. And you look at this gentleman, who allegedly is supposed to have been at the wherever parade. He doesn't have a tuft of hair like I do have. Doesn't. So the representations we are looking at, unless you don't agree with me, fine, no problem. They are totally different. Not inimically different, totally.
Uma wena ukhuluma ke ngezithombe mhlambe ngomdwebo isithombe sathwethula ecishe zibonakala kwangathi ziyafana usho siphi ngoba mina mehlulela uma ngibhekile kusuka la ngihlezi khona uma ngibheka zehluke ngempela sifana kwasanhloko lezi zithombe ngoba bheka lo ngasesandleni sokudla uyabheka lona ukuthi lona uthanda ukuthi inwele zakhe ngizozibiza ngokuthi cishe zibe isihluthu sithanda ukuthi zigcwale ikhaya lona hayi impela unqoshiwe inwele ngibheka ngapha esandleni sokuncela uma ngibheka angisho ukuthi uwena ngapha kodwa ke mina mehlulela uma ngibheka le zithombe ngiyabona ukuthi zehluke kwasanhloko kwampela
lapha kosankantolo bengakakhulumi ngobuhluthu bengikhuluma ngobude bama-dread nokwelukwa into engikhuluma ngayo.
My Lord, I was not commenting about the type of hair, the tuft of hair or not, but I was talking about the length of the dreadlocks and the way they've been made.
No, fine, no
braided.
problem. I was just saying this is the court's view. After listening to the fact that actually an artist was engaged to speak to the persons who were allegedly inside the house to make representations, contributions as to what they saw. An artist, I think it's about with 3 or 4, 6, 7 people, whatever. But that's a composite representation of more than one person, as I understand the evidence.
Kulungile ke ngangiphawula nami njengomehluleli ke maqondana nokuthi lo mdwebi ngolibolekiwe lika George kuthiwa iartist lo mdwebi oyithombe okwazi ukudweba komfanekiso ngemva kokuthi ke axoxisane nabathize ababekhona ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuthi akube abantu abathathu noma abane abapositive esivivaneni ekuchazeni kuze kudwetshwe lo yamdwebo so wasekhipha lo yamdwebo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Wayekhulumisana namaphoyisa ukuthi adwebe. Kodwa manje sikukhumbule ukuthi umdwebo isithombe straight lesi.
Yes, the person had discussed with the police to draft. But what we remember is that is the sketch, umdwebo.
Lesi isithombe somuntu straight.
And the one on the left is actually a person's photo.
Into enkulu ngazo zimfishane zombili.
The main thing about both of them, my lord, is that inezimfushane.
Inwele.
The hair length are short in both of them.
Eney'tatimendini kukhulunywa ngomuntu one-dread elifishane elifika etanjeni. Ey'tatimendini zasendlini zabantu ababesendlini.
And on the statements of people or persons who were present in the house, a mention is being made of people who had dreadlocks, the length thereof that reached the neck.
Abanye baba bebela bafike bakhuluma ngama-dread afike entameni.
Of some of those persons were here in court, and they spoke about dreadlocks that reached up to the neck level.
Ama-dread adwetshwe la babawatshela iphoyisa akuna dread elelukiwe la.
And the dress depicted here on the sketch that was drawn after described to the police, on those dreadlocks, there is not a single thread that has been plated here.
And kulezi thombe abayidwebe phoyiseni natsala umuntu. Akuna thread elide la, ma thread amafishane.
And on both the sketch that has been sketched down, the picture, and the picture itself, there is no,
Akuna thread elide la.
there is no long thread here.
Mafishane onke la ma thread.
On both sketch and picture, the threads are short.
No matter engafani wona exactly, angeke vele afane ngoba ithombe ibile ehlukene.
Even though the threads are not exactly the same. In actual fact, my lord, they won't be the same because these are two different pictures.
Yebo.
Thank you, Mr. Mngube. Now, I want us to, Mr. Makaza, if you can go to photo 47 of Exhibit S. Yes.
Asibonga mnumzane Mngcobo, siqhubekele phambili kwesinye isithombe. Umakhathi uyacela ukuthi akavulwe ke ngaphansi ke kobufakazi isiqephu S kuvulwe isithombe unombolo 47. 47.
Thank you. Now, I'm not going to belabor this point, Mr. Mngube. Mr. Mnisi has adequately covered this point, but the fact is this, and I want to correct that notion that Mr. Constable Zungu corrected himself regarding the person that's beyond the car. You see that person in a navy blue cap and clothing.
Angizohlala kakhulu kuleli phuzu ngoba ke ummeli umnisi uye wagxila kulona isikhathi. Kodwa ke ngisedabeni lokuthi uphoyisa uZungu uye yena wazilungisa ngenkulumo maqondana ke nalomuntu ongemuva kwenqola lapha. Uyambona lo uthi akaqoka ikepisi elihlaza kwesibhakabhaka.
Yebo ngiyambona.
Yes, I do.
And in his evidence in chief, he adamantly said that person beyond there is Mafika, which means it's Bongani Ntanzi.
Ebufakazini bakhe engakaphekwa ngemibuzo uye wayisho ngesibindi impela aqinisekisa ukuthi lo yamuntu angikhomba yena wathi uMafika okusho wayichaza ukuthi uBongani Ntanzi.
And on the 8th of September 2023, when I then cross-examined him and put it to him, that person is not Ntanzi. We had a to and fro where he wanted to dilly-dally. And I said, if you are wrong, accept that you are wrong, but don't blame it on me, because you were asked by the state, you were adamant that this is Mr. Ntanzi. That's when he made a concession to say he may not see correctly who that person is.
Kuthe ke uma sengempheka ngemibuzo mina ngomhla zing-8 kuSeptember unyakeni ka-2023. Hayi kwahiliziswana impela ngoba ngaphansi ngongaphezulu. Ngemibuzo nezimpendulo. Ngase ngithi mina ungasoli mina. Uwena uthe uNtanzi loya wathi hayi wayesegcina evuma ke ukuthi loya muntu akuyena uNtanzi.
And you've confirmed, and also on behalf of Mr. Mapisa, it has been confirmed that is him, because there's a clearer photo in front of the stairs seated with you at the Mazibuko hostel. Is that correct?
Repeat the first part of the question.
He has confirmed that this is Mr. Mapisa.
It's confirmed.
Yes.
Kube sekuyaqinisekiswa ke ukuthi ke loya umnumzana uMapisa. Ngoba sikhona isithombe esicacile esikhombayo
At Mazibuko hostel,
eMazibuko ehostel
where Mr. Mapisa is sitting with Mr. Mngube at the stairs.
Sikhuluma ngaleso sithombe la sikhomba khona le hostel kwaMazibuko lapho wena Mngube uhlezi khona phansi etepisini uhlezi nayo uMapisa.
Kunjalo ngoba vele mina angabazi lutho la.
Yeah, that is in fact so. As for me, there's nothing that I doubt here.
Ngoba yimi engangila.
Because I, the person who was present here,
Angabazi nokusho ukuthi ucela impilo, umncube.
I'm not even doubtful to say that, pertinent that it is because Kelimpilo, Ngobe,
Maphisa,
Mapisa,
ukhanyile.
and Kanyile.
Lokho angungabazi.
I have no doubt about that.
Imonde kaNcamuza ngoba angungabazi.
And the car belonged to Ngamusa.
Buse Phosphorus elisete lokho angungabazi.
I have no doubt about that. And it was at Fosloras in Lesedi.
Ngoba yimi engangila.
I have no doubt about that because I was personally present.
Mawawungekho vele uzosho izinto ongesizona bese masuphikiswa bese uyavuma futhi.
If you were not present there, you will tell things that are not true. Then if you are confronted about it, then later on you agree.
Ngoba nalokho kuvumayo uvuyiswa ukuthi uyatshelwa ngoba awuyazi into okhuluma ngayo.
Even what you concede to, you are conceded to it because it is being put to you, because you are not aware of what we are talking about.
So uZungu into yamvumisa ukuthi ngoba vela akazi lutho ngalesi sithombe.
What caused Zungu to concede is that it's the fact that he knows nothing regarding this photo.
Futhi into eyayimyenza ukuthi athi untazi ngoba akazi lutho ngalesi sithombe.
And also, what causes him to say that it was Ntanzi or that is Ntanzi is again that he knows nothing regarding this picture.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mngube, do you know the pens that are called corduroy, how they look like?
Uyazi ukuthi amakhodro, amabhuluku abizwa ngamakhodro, ukuthi into enjalo.
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I do.
Just on a cursory look, the person that is obscured in half, because Constable Zungu said, there, it's me, and I was wearing a corduroy.
Manje uma ungabheka lapha loya muntu othanda ukuthi akasitheke kancane. Uthi ke uConstable Zungu, loya muntu yimina, angigcokeke ibhuluku elibizwa ngakhodro.
In fact, let me, before you answer, sorry, Mr. Mngube,
Ungabaphendula awuthi
it's still the same question, but he said, I think this is me because I was wearing a corduroy.
empeleni kahle kahle ukumcaphuna ncamashi uthe ngicabanga ukuthi yimina ezisho yena ngoba ngangigcoke ukhodro.
Awukwazi ukuyicabangela. Mawuzazi uyazazi.
You cannot think about yourself because if you know yourself, you know yourself.
Ngisho ngavela unyawo lodwa mawuzazi uyazazi uzothi yimi lo.
Even if only a leg only or foot /foot appears, you will know that this is me because you know yourself.
So into eyacabangela lo muntu ngoba vele uqamba manga lesithombe akusuye lo. Wayengekho nokuba bikho la.
And what causes him to think, or perhaps to guess, is that
Ukuthi akusunguye
It's
lo.
because-
Wayengekho la.
it's because it's not him. He was not present here.
Enile iprenude le. Akusikhodro le.
And that is the so-called brand root.
Iplane.
It's not cordro. This is plain.
Ikhodro ingathi namalayini amaningi khodro.
A cordro. It looks like it has some malay.
Yeah,
There's some
ikhandwe
lines.
nje ngathi ngamalayini khodro so.
It is created as if it's got some lines.
Hayi
The
I-
witness demonstrate lines going downwards, my lord.
hayi le
Not this.
iprenude le.
This is a brand root.
Are you done, Mr. Mngube?
Uqedile Mncophe.
So yena uZungu ukhuluma ngekhodro ayegqokelena lapha ekhona hayi la.
Now he's talking about a cordro, which he was wearing elsewhere where he was present, not here.
Now, on this day, we know that this photograph was taken on the 26th of October 2014, and you said it was in Lesedi section in Fosloras, correct?
Ngalolu suku siyazi ukuthi lesi sithombe sathwetshulwa ngomhla zing-26 ku-October 2014 elisede Foslorise.
Yabo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Was Mr. Ntanzi ever with you at Lesedi here in the vicinity of where this photograph was taken, was Mr. Ntanzi ever with you at Mazibuko Hostel on this day? When these photographs were taken?
Wayekhona yini uNtanzi kanye nawe mhlambe kuleyo ndawo noma maduze naleyo ndawo lapho kwathwetshulwa khona lesi sithombe eMazibuko hostel wayekhona ngalolo suku uNtanzi?
uNtanzi ngamehlami nangomqondo wami nangami uqobo angingamazisho ukumazi isidalo kulesi sikhathi lesi.
As for Ntanzi, during that time, personally, I did not even know him, even seeing him with my own eyes, even in my own nature, I did not even know him at all.
Futhi emva kwe-26 October 2014 ukuthi ngimazi uNtanzi kudlula 2015 16 17 18 19 ngamazi 2020 ecourt yaseBosberg.
After the 26th of October 2014, years passed by. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. I only learned to know him in 2020 at Boksburg Court.
Qala kwami ukumazi uNtanzi.
That was my first time to know Mr. Ntanzi.
La uNtanzi sidala zangabe bikho la.
Here, the picture is pointed out. Ntanzi, in person, he was never present here.
Okay. Now, let's move on. I want to move quickly to the descriptions that were given by the people that were in the house, some of them that came to testify here. Let's start quickly with Ms. Zandile Khumalo, Mr. Ncube.
Sihlabele phambili siqhubekele phambili nomzana. Asiye udabeni ke leyincazelo ezanikezwa yilabantu ababekhona endlini. Asiqale ngomnisi.
And again, Mr. Advocate Mnisi has extensively taken you through this. I'm going to only take parts that perhaps were never emphasized, and then we can move on.
Umeli wasemajajini umnumzana umnisi. Wakubuza ngalolu daba ke. Ngokunenge kulolu daba.
Mr. Ncube, you have denied the features as described by Ms. Zandile Khumalo that you did not have high cheekbones or the contours that she described here in court. And you've stated that as exhibited in the photographs that were taken on the 26th of October 2014, your features are as they are, as depicted there. Do you stand by that?
Uye waziphikisa impawu ezithize ezachazwa lapha ezachazwa. You said the features were described by who? Zandile?
By Zandile Khumalo, that the first suspect that entered the house had contours, and then it was elaborated to say that he had a visible jawline, high cheekbones, and all of that, the way she described them.
Lezi impawu ezachazwa uZandile Khumalo ukuthi umuntu oqala umsolo oqala wangena endlini wamchaza ukuthi ke amathambo akhe omhlathi ayenjani, wamchaza futhi ke wayenaloko esibiza ngani isiqhomo wakuphika ke wathi wena wawunjengoba you said your features were like in the photo.
Yes, he says that his features are as depicted in the photographs of the 26th of October
Uthe
2014.
wena ke uyaphika zonke lezo mpawu abazichazile ukuthi kazona zakho wena ke impawu onazo kwasidalo sakho yilezi ezikhonjwa noma eziboniswa ke ithombe ezathathwa nge-26 ka-October.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Njengoba namanje ngila phambi kwenkantolo. Ngingenazo lezo mpawu.
Even right now, as I'm standing before this court, I do not bear those features.
Njengoba nesithombe sangalelo langa le-26 zingenazo lezo mpawu.
As well as the photo taken on that date, the 26th, does not actually depict those features.
Okuhle kunakho konke sikhona khona la ecourt. Sangalo lelo langa lelo langa lewafanga lusenzo.
What is good about that is that that photo is present right here in court of that very day on which Senzo died.
So lezo mpawu azange benazo.
Thus, I never had those features.
Now, regarding the incident that took place inside the kitchen at the Khumalo household,
Manje maqondana nesihlakalo noma isigameko esenzeka ke egumbini lezokuphekela ekitchen kwaKhumalo.
it is said that the first intruder, and by inference they say it's you, according to Brigadier Gininda,
Kuthiwa ke lo muntu owabangenela oqala wangena okokuqala kahle kahle ke kuletha umqondo ukuthi uwena ngokusho ke kofakazi kambizayo ummeli.
struggled and wrestled with Senzo Meyiwa for a firearm, and in that struggle, Senzo Meyiwa was fatally shot, inferring that you are the trigger person that shot Senzo Meyiwa.
Kuthiwa loyo muntu wayobamba kwabakhona ukudonsana noma ukuqilisana phakathi kwakhe umzabalazo wabakhona phakathi kwakhe noSenzo Meyiwa.
Did
Angwa
you-
lesi sibhamu ke khona lapho kulowo mzabalazo kwase kuyadubuleka ke ngamanye amazwi kuletha umqondo ukuthi wena umuntu owadubula.
Did you wrestle with Senzo Meyiwa in the Khumalo kitchen on the 26th of October 2014 and fatally shot him?
Mbuzo qondile uthi ngabe wabanako ukubambana noSenzo Meyiwa kwabakhona ukuqhilizana laphaya nesondozana and waqina ke umjubulile wambulala.
Number 1 kwaKhumalo, umuzi wakho nangwazi, ngubona la icourt ethombeni.
First, regarding the Khumalos, I do not know even the house. I only see it on the photos.
Number 2, uSenzo Meyiwa ngimazele ebholeni lapha ku-TV.
Secondly, I only know Senzo Meyiwa from seeing him on TV as a football player.
Azake ngibone nazo stadium, azake ngisho stadium nje, kuthiwa kudlala iPirate.
I never even saw him at the stadium. I never attended a stadium whenever Pirates was playing.
Kahle 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 yena, ngazi ngeyithombe nje na ku-TV kuphela.
In actual fact, as for him, I only know him from pictures and also from TV.
So azange ngize ngibambane noSenzo Meyiwa mina.
Thus, I never wrestled with Senzo Meyiwa.
Azange futhi ngidubule uSenzo Meyiwa mina.
I never also shot Senzo Meyiwa.
Now, Ms. Zandile Khumalo testified further that after the shootings had happened in the house, she went to the corner where Senzo Meyiwa had lied prone with Makhumalo and Kheli Khumalo, and the first intruder then came to Makhumalo, elbowed Makhumalo on the stomach, and took Kheli Khumalo's phone from Makhumalo. Are you the person that elbowed Makhumalo and took Kheli Khumalo's phone from Makhumalo?
Uyachaza ke ukuthi ke emva kokuthi ke sekujujuliwe laphaya yena uZandile Khumalo ibeka indaba yena ke wayesephuma ke lapha ke ekhoneni lapho kwakukhona ke uSenzo and kwathi ke lo muntu owabangenela oqala ngamagama omsolo oqala wangena wase uyasondela laphaya ilapho afike khona ngizathi ngeelbow ngengqoza washaya uMakhumalo wayesethatha ke i-cellphone kaKheli Khumalo. Ukwenzile wena lokho?
Azange nje ngibe kwaKhumalo mina.
I was never at Khumalo's place.
Namhlanje angimazi uma kaKheli Khumalo.
Even up to today, I do not know Kheli Khumalo's mother.
uKheli Khumalo ngemazi ku-TV.
I only know Kheli Khumalo from television.
Naseyithombeni.
also from photos.
Uzande ngemazi la kuleli bhokisi.
As for Zandi, I know her only from this witness stand.
So lento le into engazange yenzeke ngami.
So that particular happening or incident never happened according to me.
Azange yenziwe yimi.
Rather, it was never done by me.
Angazi nje lutho ngokwenzeka kwayo.
I know nothing regarding that occurrence of it.
And you just said, and I think you read my mind, regarding whether you've seen Zandile Khumalo prior to the 18th of July 2023. What about Tumelo Madlala and Mthokozi Sithwala? Had you seen them before the 18th of July 2023?
Kwangathi ke wawufunda ingqondo yami ngoba ngangizokubuza vele ukuthi ngabe umbonile yini uKhumalo uSandile Khumalo ngalolo suku. Uthini ke ngoTumelo Madlala? Who's the other one? Mthokozi
Sithwala.
Nomthokozi Sithwala. Umhla ngaphambi kwezi, is it before the 18th?
Before the 18th of July 2023, when this matter resumed de novo in this court.
Uthini ke ngoTumelo Madlala kanye nomthokozi lo ambizile uthwala? Babona yini ngaphambi kwezi 18 zika July 2023 ngaphambi kokuthi kuqale lo daba enkantolo?
uTumelo Madlala ngemazi kuleli bhokisi leli.
As for Tumelo Madlala, I know indoda noma umfazi.
Indoda.
I know him from this witness stand.
Mthokozi Sithwala ngemazi kuleli bhokisi leli.
As well as Mthokozi Sithwala, I know him from this witness stand.
Aze ngifanise ngisho umbala wabo emva kokuba bafike la.
After they've been here, I never saw them again.
Njengoba nasekuqaleni bezoza la ecourt azange ngize ngibabone ngabaqala la.
Same as prior to them coming to court, I never saw them. I firstly saw them here.
Thank you. Now let's quickly then go to Tumelo Madlala, and also I'm touching on the aspects that I need to emphasize.
Ake sikhulume ngendaba kaTumelo Madlala. Nalapho ke ngifuna ukuthinta iphuze ngithanda ukuligcizelela.
So sorry, let me not do that. Let's go to, I want to take you through Zandile Khumalo's testimony here in court regarding the identification parade. Mr. Makaza, let's go to photo 13, please, of the ID parade.
Athi ngikuyeke lokho engangifuna ukwenza. Asikhulume ke ngobufakazi bukaZandile Khumalo maqondana ke nekhomba parade.
Photo 13. Yes. Now, Zandile Khumalo Mr. Mncube testified in this court on the 19th of July 2023, and at page 38, we find her testimony regarding the ID parade and the person that she identified.
uSandile Khumalo wanikeza ubufakazi ngomhla zing-19 kuJuly 2023. Ubufakazi bakhe sibuthola ekhasini 38 maqondana nomuntu akwazi ukumazi wamkhomba kukhomba parade.
Mr. Mbatsani, this time what I'll do, I'll read it through from where I want to read, and the end, then I'll give you the transcript to read, to interpret to Mr. Mncube.
That's the court, please.
Now, at page 38, Mr. Mncube, I'll start at line 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 5, line 6, Mr. Baloyi. Yes, you may proceed. You say it was explained to you that you must go one by one or one person at a time to see if there's anyone that you can identify. Is that correct? And Ms. Khumalo, the officer said what you see. And Mr. Baloyi, yes, Ms. Khumalo. And when I looked through the glass, there was this one that almost resembled the one with dreadlocks. Right? And Mr. Baloyi, yes, but when you got there to the venue where the identity parade was held, was it explained to you what you needed to do, Ms. Khumalo? The officer only said, just say what you see. And Mr. Baloyi, yes, Ms. Khumalo. What I then said upon arrival there, that the one that I'm seeing there, yes, he has got dreadlocks, yes. He does not have the contours, but it is not him. And Mr. Baloyi, yes. Ms. Khumalo, and I went out and it was just ringing to me that the ones that they have arrested, they are not them. We're going to page 39. Because even if you go out, but the thing just plays in your mind. And then, Mr. Baloyi, yes, can you just perhaps clarify to the court, did you point any person or you just say the words? Ms. Khumalo, I requested that the person be brought much closer so that we are able to see because they were 5. Hey, Mr. Baloyi, yes, Ms. Khumalo. I then looked and I could see that it almost looks like him, but it's not him. Mr. Baloyi, you may proceed. Ms. Khumalo, it was then time for me to allow the others to go in and also have a look. Mr. Baloyi, was there any way that you could identify the people that were in the parade? For instance, were there any numbers that you could use to identify them? Ms. Khumalo, yes, there were numbers. I mentioned number 2. Mr. Baloyi, and just for record purposes, number 2 as being which person? Ms. Khumalo, I was comparing number 2 to the person that with the dreadlocks, that was the first one to enter the house, and I'm going to proceed there.
Ya ngizothatha inkulumo lena ke ngiyifunde ngiyihumushe njengoba injalo akufundele yona. Ngizocela ummeli angiboleke.
So this one not
Lena inkulumo eqashiniwe ke
until here.
kaZandile Khumalo ebufakazini bakhe maqondana nekhomba parade umhla zingu-19 yes just hold it qale ekhasini ke u-38 yangomhla zingu-19 kuJulayi 2023 ifundeka kanje umshushisi wathi kufakazi yebo ungaqhubeka waqhubeka umshushisi wathi uthi wachazelwa ukuthi uma uyokhomba abantu kufanele uye kubo ngamunye uye emntwini oyedwa ngesikhathi esisodwa ubhekisise ubone ukuthi kukhona omaziyo yini ongakwazi ukumazi na. Waphendula ke uNkosazana Khumalo ngokuthi iphoyisa lithe shono lokho kubonayo. Wayesethi umshushisi yebo. Waqhubeka uMakhumalo wathi ngithe uma ngibheka through the glass ngisemva kweglass kwakukhona lona wayethanda ukuthi afane nalona owayena dreadlocks wayefana nalona wayene-dreadlocks uthi cisha afane almost wachubeka ke umnumzane Baloyi ongumshushisi wathi yebo kodwa uma ufika lapho kuleyo ndawo okuyiyona ndawo okumele ukhombe omaziyo la kwakubanjwe khona ikhomba parade wachazelwa na ukuthi kumele wenzeni na waphendula uMakhumalo wathi iphoyisa lithe livese nje lathi kimi shono lokho kubonayo wayesethi umshushisi yebo wachubeka ke uMakhumalo wathi uma ngifika lapha kulona engimbonayo lapha wayena-dreadlocks kodwa ke akanawo ama-contours ngizobheka manje ukuthi yini ama-contours akanawo ama-contours ngizokuchazela manje ukuthi yini ama-contours ke ngichubeke ngizobe ngichazela ngalo kodwa ke kakuyena ngoba akanawo ama-contours lawo sakubhekela ama-contours ukuthi yini so kukhulunywa ngemidwebo ethize la ama-contours kodwa ke kokuyena wayesethi uMakhumalo my lord, may I ask assistant here, I'm not sure about the word contours on the dreadlocks, what it refers to, if the council can assist me with this one.
How she described it, Mr. Mbatsani, was that she is referring to the outline, his jawline that was maybe a bit extravagant, the contours, the high cheekbones.
Oh, the high cheekbones?
Yes.
Oh, there's nothing to do with the threat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, my lord. Oh, ukuthi lona yebo unama-dreadlocks kodwa ke akanazo lezichama. Wayesethi yebo. Wayesethi uMakhumalo uma sengiphuma kwase kuyasho kimina ukuthi laba ababoshiwe kakubona ngoba ngenxa yokuthi angizwisisi la ukuthi uthini even if you go out but the thing just plays in your mind nanoma uma uphuma lento ithanda ukuthi ayidlale la engqondweni wayesethi umnumzane Baloyi yebo ungakucacisela inkantolo ekutheni ukhona umuntu owamkhomba noma usho nje amazwi nje kuphela uMakhumalo waphendula wathi ngiye ngacela ukuthi lowo muntu asondezwe eduzane alethwe eduze ukuze ngikwazi ukumbona kahle ngoba babe yisihlanu wayesethi ke umshushisi yebo wayesethi uMakhumalo ngiye ngababheka ngase ngibona ukuthi cishe ufana naye kodwa kakuyena wayesethi umnumzane Baloyi yebo ungaqhubeka uMakhumalo wathi kwase kunikezwa abanye ithuba lokuthi bangene nabo bayobheka bake bathi ukubheka wayesethi umnumzane Baloyi umshushisi yayikhona indlela yini ongakhona ngayo ukuthi wazi labo bantu ababekhona kuleyo parade na kwakukhona yini engichazayo wabuza wachubeka wacacisa umshushisi wathi kwakukhona mhlawumbe izinombolo ababenikezwe zona ongakhona ukusho ngazo ukuthi unamba bani nonamba bani ngamanye amazwi. Waphendula uMakhumalo wathi yebo zayikhona inombolo, mina ngikhulume ngo-number 2. Wayesethi komshushisi ubaloyi unumber 2 ukubeka kucacela inkantolo ungabe usho muphi umuntu kwakuwubani unumber 2. Waphendula uMakhumalo wathi ngangiqathanisa unumber 2 nalomuntu owayenama dreadlocks yilona wangena kuqala endlini ngangiqathanisa lo. So do we stop there?
Is it where I ended up?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I have it back, please? Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Mngube, just in essence, Ms. Khumalo says, Mr. Makaza, let's go to 14 because Ms. Khumalo said, I requested them to have a close-up. Let's look at a close-up of that person.
Bathi ngoba uZandile wathi ke ngacela ukuthi lo muntu asondezwe eduze. Acelwa ke ubaba Makhaza ukuthi kulesi sithombe akakathi kusondeza alethe lesi sithanda ukuthi sisondele salowo muntu.
Yeah. And then, thanks. Now, according to Ms. Andile, the person that bears some resemblance to the first suspect, it's this person, because here she says, I'm looking at this person in dreadlocks, and to me, he looks like the one. And we can confirm here that this person does not have dreadlocks, because this is number 2. Nonetheless, Ms. Khumalo says, the features that are here almost look like that person, but it's not that person. Can you comment?
Yeah, Sandile uMakhumalo uthi ke ngabheka lo muntu owayenama dreadlocks ngathi uma ngibheka lo ngathi ubukeka ngathi uyena lo lona yebo akanawo ama dreadlocks kodwa ke yilona athi asho ngayo ukuthi uyena.
Yeah, uZandi wayisho kahle ngoba wayisho ngomuntu ofana nalo. Hayi ngomuntu ofana nami.
Yes, Zandi put it well because she was talking about who looks like this one, not a person who looks like me.
Lo akukho lokukodwa afana nami ngakho lo muntu.
This person, the photo is pointed out, that is depicted. There's nothing in this person that resembles me.
Sifana nje ngokuthi umuntu nami ngumuntu phela.
The only resemblance is that he's a person and I'm also a person. That's all.
Azikho impawu efana nami lo muntu.
There are no features that resembles me here.
Ngikhuluma ngikhona la ecourt nasi nesithombe phambi kwecourt.
I'm saying it personally present before this court. Here is the photo.
So into embili engafani lezi.
These two are different things.
Thank you, Mr. Mngube. Now let's quickly go to the evidence of Tumelo Madlala.
Sitike siphuthume siye ke ebufakazini ke buthuleke uTumelo Madlala.
And now Tumelo Madlala described the suspect that entered the house as follows.
uTumelo Madlala uchaze ke umsolwa owangena endlini ngale ndlela elandelayo.
He mentioned the other features, but I'm only interested here. He said he had dreadlocks on the head and was also wearing a hat.
Uthe yena ke uzibalile ezinye impawu kodwa ke mina ke engizidingayo ilezi esithi uthi loyo muntu wayenama dreadlocks futhi wayegqoke isigqoko.
He was wearing a caramelish jacket in terms of color.
Wathi wayembethe ke ibhantshi elithi alibe caramel ngokombala.
Now, Mr. Mngube, on the 26th of October 2014, in the photos that
Now,
we have
what color
seen,
is,
Sorry?
the witness is asking, what color is caramel?
I'll be testifying, Mr. Mngube. I'm just reading it as is.
Ngeke ngikuchazele ngoba ngizobe ke ngifakaza ngifunda njengoba injalo ke ibhalwe phansi.
Mr. Makaza, I'm not sure from what the experiment that you had with Advocate Mnisi the other day regarding the lime color. Can you show Mr. Mngube a caramel color?
Uyacela ukuthiwa ke uMakhaza akakathi ukukhomba uMakhaza akakhombe lapha ya. Maqondana nemibala ukukhombisa ukuthi caramel ngonjani.
I'm not sure whether this is what we're looking for, Mr. Makaza.
Ya lapha ke awuvezile wawubhala ukuthi icaramel ngathi ishile kuthiwa ke hayi anginasiqiniseko ukuthi iwona siwufunayo.
Because here he doesn't say caramel, he says caramelish.
Lapha akushiwo ukuthi ke ngocaramel. Kuthi awuthanda ukuthi ke oyela ku caramel.
Hi, do you know what a biscuit is, Mr. Ncube? A biscuit,
Uyalazi biscuit
a dark biscuit.
lithanda ukuba nsonto. Biscuit uthanda ukuba nsonto. Uyawazi?
Amakhekhe maningi ahlukahlukene ngazi.
There are many biscuits or cakes that I know.
I see.
Did you see it? Did you see the color that was displayed, Mr.
Ubonile?
Mngube? Those are shades of caramel, Mr. Mngube.
Okay.
Lapha
So-
uthanda ukuba imidwebo ehlukahlukene ucaramel nomzana Mncube.
So Tumelo Madlala says the person that entered was wearing caramelish, so it's any shade from right to left.
Uma kuthiwa ke lo muntu wayegqoke into ethanda ukuba caramel. Okusho ukuthi kungaba ngomunye wale mibala ufuna ukusondela.
Angiyabona.
Esandleni sokudla uzofinyelela ngapha.
Yebo, angiyabona.
What is your comment on that?
Kuthini ukuphawula kwakho ngalokho? Uma uthumela uMadlala athi loyo muntu wayembethe ibhantshi elithanda ukuthi alibe caramelish. Kusho umunye wale mibala.
Awutumelo wayikhuluma ngomuntu ambone endlini.
Tumelo was narrating about a person that he saw in the house
Owayegqoke umbala ocaramel njengoba esho.
who was wearing a caramelish color, as he described.
Now, Mr. Mngube, on the 26th of October, we've seen your photos. The jacket that you were wearing, would you regard it as caramelish?
Sibonile ke isithombe sakho sangezi 26 ka-October ukuthi ngabe wawugqoke ke ibhantshi elicishe nalo mbala ocaramelish.
Alele awulibuza. Uyalibona straight ikhakhi.
You don't have to ask about that one. You can clearly see that it is a khaki one.
Akusiyo into mhlawumbe ungathi montshela umuntu uzama ukuya le nale ngathi umbala khakhi.
When you described it to a person, it's not something that you will be guessing this and that about it. No, khaki, that's it.
Eyayigqokwe yimi ke 26 October 2014.
That's the one that I was clad in on the 26th of October
Kodwa
2014.
hayi kwakhumala.
But not at Khumalo's residence,
Ngoba kwakhumala zange ngifike khona.
because I never even arrived at the Khumalos.
Thank you, Mr. Mngube. Now, Mr. Mngube, regarding the firearm that he saw, Mr. Madlala, he says the following.
Maqondana nesibhama sibona umnumzana Madlala usho lokho okulandelayo.
I saw it as a firearm that had a wheel on it, somewhere there, in the area of the trigger guard as well.
The trigger head,
The trigger guard,
the trigger guard.
yes. So he says,
Uthi umechaza ke ispam uthi ngithe uma ngisibona ngabona ngathi ispam esithanda ukuba nesondo iwill phecelezi ngabona futhi ukuthi la ku trigger esikhuluma ngani trigger lokho kudonsa kona uma kusuthuthula kukhona obizwa nge-trigger card nelokubolekwa.
so he said the firearm that he saw, it had, let me read it because I'm quoting directly now from his testimony. I saw it as a firearm that had a wheel on it somewhere there in that area of the trigger guard as well.
Ake ngicaphune ngifunde vele ngiqondise ngqo ukuthi ngiyibone kwangathi ke isibhamu shangathi isibhamu esithanda ukuba nesondo kanti futhi ndawana thize si ne trigger guard.
Do you want to comment, Mr. Mnube, in the context that says the pistol that killed Senzo Meyiwa, the CZ-75, Czech Republic 75, Parabellum 9mm. You are
Describe it
the
again. CZ.
CZ Czech Republic 75, 9mm Parabellum.
Ungathanda ukuphawula na wemnumzane Mncube ngalokho uma echaza ukuthi ke isibhamu esabulala uSenzo Meyiwa kwakusibhamu sohlobo lwe-CZ
And that you were,
Czech Republic 75 in 9mm Parabellum.
and that you were the possessor and you are the shooter using that pistol.
Kuthiwa sasiphethwe wena futhi wena umdubuli owasebenzisa.
Do you want to comment now in relation to what Mr. Madala says he saw the first suspect holding as a firearm in that house of the Kumalos on the 26th of October 2014?
Ungathanda ukuphawula yini ngaloko ke akusho lo fakazi amshoyo ukuthi ke athi uMadlala wambona lo msolo oqala ekuphethe ngalolo suku kwakhuma.
uTumelo Madlala ukhuluma ngesibhamu asibone sasendlini esinesonto.
Tumelo Madlala is talking about a firearm that he saw in the house which had a wheel.
Yena okungelula ukuthi ungaphikisa umuntu owayekhona lapho.
Such testimony, which is not easy for you to dispute from a person who was present there.
Yabo nje mina bangihamba namaphoyisa. Mawungathi amaphoyisa bephethe ibhamu ezinesondo yokuthi unamanga oba ngiyibona azinasondo lezi bhamu abayiphethe amaphoyisa.
For example, as for me, when I was in the company of the police, if you would come and say those police were carrying firearms with a wheel, I will dispute that and say you are lying because I saw that those firearms did not have any wheel.
Bese ngikutshela ngithi besingenasondo.
Then I would say to you, those firearms did not have a wheel.
So noTumelo umuntu owabona ngamehlo wakhe ukuthi isibhamu esingenela endlini sinesondo.
And as for Tumelo, he is the person who witnessed that with his own eyes that the firearm that was brought into the house was a firearm with a wheel.
Njengoba singawase South Africa nje. Ngisho ingane entombazane ena 15 years yokutshela isibhamu sinesondo leza sinalo isondo.
As South Africans, all of us here, even a 15-year-old girl will be able to see that this firearm and describe, this firearm has a wheel, this one does not have a wheel.
Angeke ithi isibhamu esingenasondo sinesondo.
She won't say that a firearm had a wheel whilst it doesn't.
So labantu basendlini bakhuluma ngento abayibona ngamehlo wabo.
Thus, the people who were present in the house are narrating or are telling about something that they witnessed with their own eyes.
Thank you. And in Exhibit V2, dated the 7th of February 2018, Tumelo Madala clarified that position in the following respect. He says, and I quote, "The firearm which the suspect was carrying was a firearm with a wheel in the middle."
Kubufakazi ke isiqephu V2 bomhla zing-7 kuFebruary uTumelo Madlala bese uyayicacisa le ndaba ebufakazini bakhe uthi ke isibhamu lo muntu ayesiphethe sasine sondo iwheel maphakathi nendawo.
I did not say that the firearm was a .38 special.
Angizange ngisho ukuthi ke le sasibhamu kwakuyivolovolo ngasintu noma kwakuyi.38 special.
I think the police officer, with his knowledge of firearms, made a conclusion that the firearm I was referring to was a .38 special revolver.
Ngiyacabanga ke kushutumela ukuthi iphoyisa ngenxa yolwazi lwalo lwezibhamu uyena ke obese ke efinyelela emqondweni ukuthi isibhamu engangesichaza kushuthi ngichaza ivolovolo elaziwa ngale .38 special.
Are you understanding this? He's not moving away.
We
He's
have
just moving away from the word .38 special that I did not say specifically it's a .38 special. But what I'm adamant about, what I saw the suspect carrying was a firearm with, and I want to use his words, with a wheel in the middle.
kodwa ke uyangizwisisa akaguquke enkulumeni yakhe into ayishoyo nje kuphela izama ukuyichaza icasiste ukuthi yena akazanga manga asho ukuthi lesi sibhamu kwakuhlobo lwevolovolo le.38 special yena akushiso nje kuphela ukuthi isibhamu lesi sasithanda ukuba nesondo maphakathi nendawo.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Angeke ngiphikisane nenkulumo yakhe.
And I won't argue with his statement.
As the court pleases, my lord, would this be an opportune moment to take the long adjournment?
Yeah, let's adjourn until 2.
Siyathula isinyoka esiswini ndoda. Uyakhunjuzwa ukuthi uthathe isifungo for ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso.
Yebo.
The witness is reminded that he's still under oath.
Yes, thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord. Mr. Mnuve, we were just finalizing this point where I referred you to Exhibit V2, which is a statement of Tumelo Madlala that was deposed to on the 7th of February 2018, where he clarifies his position to say that the firearm that I saw in the hand of the first suspect, I did not say to the police officers that it is a .38 special. I only said it's a firearm that has a wheel in the middle. That's where we left off. Now, in your response, I want to find out, had you completed your response in that aspect so that we can move on?
Sigcineke siqedile udatshana ke ngalesikhatshana sobufakazi ababethulwa uTumelo Madlala ngokuchaza kwakhe isibhamu ukuthi ngathi isibhamu lesi sinesondo ngaphakathi kodwa ke angishongo ukuthi ke i.38 special lephoyisa ngolwazi lwayo yena ke ubese ke sichaza ngalolo hlobo wena ke wawusaphendula lapho angisakhumbuli ke wemnqobo ukuthi konje uqedela impendulo yakho ukuphawula kwakho
Ngithemba ukhuluma ngesibhamu asibona.
I said he was describing a firearm that he saw,
Ukuthi wabona isibhamu esinesondo.
namely that he saw a firearm with a wheel.
Kodwa ke lokho ukuthi 38 special mina ke lapha ngeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngakho mina.
But further, whether that was a 38 special, I will not be able to comment
Kodwa
about that.
kodwa ngokwamaphoyisa afika la ecourt athi 38 special isibhamu esinesondo.
But according to the police who came to court here, they said that a .38 special is indeed a firearm with a wheel.
Noma yena ethi ena ngenza ukuthi ukwazi kwephoyisa. Kodwa khona into eyi1 ngoba isibhamu esinesondo i38 special.
Even though he says that the police might have used their knowledge, but according to the police, .38 special and a firearm bearing a wheel or having a wheel, it's just one and the same thing.
Okusho ukuthi noma ngathi yena iphoyisa elathi 38 special kodwa kusala usakhuluma ngaso isibhamu esinesondo futhi uyavuma ukuthi wabona esinesondo.
What I'm saying, even though he can say that it is a police official who then said that it is a .38 special, ultimately he's describing a firearm that he saw with a wheel.
Okay. Now, that was in essence, what I wanted to touch in regard to the evidence of Tumelo Madlala. The other issues, as I've said, Mr. Advocate Munisi had traversed them with you extensively.
Yeah, iyona ngqikithi kuphela engangifuna ukuyithinta ke ebufakazini bukaTumelo Madlala.
Now, let's go to Mr. Mthokozi Sithwala. And he testified that the first intruder that he saw on the 26th of October 2014 had a complexion that was, and I'm quoting him, not dark, not light, in between, which he likened to the color of cappuccino.
Asikhuluma ngomthokozi Sithwala ke yena ke uchaze ukuthi ke lo muntu ambona ngomhla zingama-26 enyangeni ka-October 2014 uma echaza ke ngebala lesikhumba sakhe uthe uphakathi nendawo akusiyena umuntu okhanyayo akusiyena umuntu futhi othanda ukuthi abe mnyama kodwa ke angafanisa ke necappuccino.
Kusho ukuthi lo ukhuluma ngomuntu ambona ngoba mina ubuzi kimi light in complexion yimi into ezoyisho yileyo mangibonile.
That one it's also describing a person that he saw. Because when you talk about me, you don't have to ask, light in complexion. That's what you would see.
ngizalwa nawo uba mhlophe hayi ukuthi mhlambe into evela into engizalwa nayo so
I was born with that complexion. Not that it's something that emerges along the way. I'm just like that.
Before we go on with Mtokozisi, something has just rang a bell in my mind, Mr. Makata. Let's go to photo number 17 of Exhibit S.
Singakachubeki kakhulu kukhona ukuvuka engqondweni yami ngommeli asiyeke kulesi sithombe ke umzana Makhatha 17.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Now, when sorry, Mr. Mnuve, Brigadier Gininda also, in his interaction with the attorneys from the defense, I cannot exactly put my mind who took him through this photo. He said, as you look at that photo, and referring specifically to yourself, he says, you are not a light-skinned or a light-in-complexion person. You are a darkish brown person. The reason he said so is that this photo it was taken around sunset, but importantly says you only gained the complexion that you have now, currently in court as I speak to you, because you were incarcerated.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi uphi ummeli owaye buza imibuzo kulo ufakazi engimshoyo. Ngenkathi echaza ukuthi uma ungabheka lesi sithombe sonombolo 17 kulesi sithombe awuyena umuntu onebala elikhanyayo ngempela ngokugqamile. Uthi ke wawuthanda ukuthi ke ukufiphala kancane kulesi sithombe ngokwebala. Uthi isizathu ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa seliyothambama seliyoshona ilanga futhi okunye ukuthi wena wawungenjena ngebalo wawungakhanyi ngalendlela uthi into ekubangela ukuthi ugain le complexion ukhanya kangaka ukuthi solo uphakathi uvalele uphakathi.
Did you hear that aspect of Brigadier Gininda when he was referring to this photograph?
Why izwa leyo nkulumo ke ayibeka uGininda ubrigadier
ngathi
ke khuluma ichaza lesi sithombe
ngayizwa mayezama ukuthi ikhothe mhlawumbe izwe kangconywana inkulumo yakhe.
I heard it when he tried to put it in such a way that the court should listen to his statement better.
Now, what is your response to that assertion by him that you only gained the complexion that you have now before court because of you being in custody?
Into enkulu ukuthi uthini ke wena uPaulo uthini wena ngenkulumo yakhe ethi wena ugene le complexion wakhanya kangaka ngobe uhlezi phakathi uvalele phakathi.
Angishintshi mina ngimhlophe sidalo nje.
I do not change. I am this light in complexion. That's by nature.
Phela ejelayo ukuthi ngoba sihlala ejele sihlale ngaphansi kwendlu njengoba kuyindlu kanje.
In custody, it doesn't mean that we always sit inside a house as it is constructed like this.
Kunebhele plaza inelanga njengangaphandle nje ilanga liyilo lele oluthola ngaphandle yilo lelo oluthola ejele ilanga.
There is a so-called, my lord, I don't have a better word, a courtyard, or so-called Beneplas, a courtyard. The sun shines through there. You get the sunshine.
Leli langa oluthola ngaphandle yilo lelo oluthola futhi ngoba sejele ilanga liyi-1.
Okay.
The same sun rays that you get outside is the one that you can get there.
So leyo ukuthi yena ngigeyina ngoba ngisejele ayikho lo nto leyo.
So the assertion that I gained the complexion because I'm incarcerated, there's no such.
I choose number 1 hlala Simex.
Accused number 1, for example, stays in Simex.
La ukuhlala kuvalelwe khona ke lapha ungakwazi ukuya elangeni.
That's where you are always kept inside. Yeah, you can't be exposed to the sun.
Mara ulokhu ngamazi nje mina uso Qala kwami ngikwazi ngolokuzana 2020 ngamaze sona manje saseso.
But since I knew him in 2020, he's been like this. Up until this far.
Ngisho ukuthi ke ijele hayi ukuthi lishintshe umuntu.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that the prison incarceration changes a person.
In reference to saying accused number 1, since 2020, you've known him like this. How so? What do you mean?
Uma uthi solongamazi ngalendlela uchaza ukuthini ukuthi umasiso ngoso uchaza ukuthini.
Ngisho ukuthi ngimaze dark in complexion kanje.
What I mean is
Mangiqala ukumbona 2020 nge27 October 2020.
I'm referring to his complexion, that he's been this dark in complexion since then. When I first saw him on the 27th of October in 2020.
Namanje sase dark in complexion.
Up until this far, right now, he's still dark in complexion.
Mawukuthi umuntu uyashintsha kumele ngabe mhlophe.
If a person would change or gain complexion, you are supposed now to be light.
Thank you, Mr. Mncube. Now, with respect to the dreadlocks that Mr. Mthokozi Sithwala said he saw, he testified as follows. The first suspect had dreadlocks that reached, and I quote, just below the ear, close quote, and that they were loose, protruding from under a head.
Umthokozi Sithwala ufakaze kanjena ke maqondana ke nama dreadlocks. Uthe ke umsolwa uqala wayembethe ke can you repeat it? The first suspect was wearing
had dreadlocks that reached, and I quote, just below the ear, close quote, and that they were loose, protruding from under the head.
Umsolo uqala wayenama dreadlocks. Yeah. Ayendlalekile nje elus ngamanye amagama. Futhi ke aye vela ngaphansi kwesigqoko ayesigqokile. They were reaching.
They were just below the ear.
Aye ngaphansana nje kwezindlebe.
Do you want to comment on that in respect of the identity kit that was compiled with the assistance of the very same witnesses that were in the house?
Ungathanda ukuphawula kulokho?
And also in relation to your photographs that show the nature, the length of your dreadlocks in the photos of the 26th of October 2014.
Ungathanda ukuphawula ngalokho ikakhulu maqondana ne-ID kit ngamanye amagama umdwebo lo wadwetshwa emva kokuthi yena lofakazi echazile kwaze kwadwetshwa ongomunye wabachazile kwaze kwadwetshwa leso sithombe. Kanti futhi namaqondana nohlobo lwama-dreads owawunawo wena ngomhla zing-26 ku-October 2020.
ID kit abayidwebayo badweba lama-dread abakhuluma ngawo ey'tatimendeni zabo.
The identity kit that was drawn, it was drawn according to the description given by them in their statements.
Abafani nama-dread engangiyiwo mina nge-26 October 2014.
They are not similar to the threats that I had on the 26th of October 2014.
Awami ayengekho loose ayilukiwe.
Mine were not loose, they were plated and long.
Manje lento ekhulunywa uMthoseni akusiyiyo lengangiyiyo mina.
So the description that is given by Mthokozisi, it's not what I was.
And uma uthatha isinqumo sokuphikisa lento ayikhulumayo sho ukuthi wena uthi wo awukhona yena wayengekho lapho.
But if you take a decision to challenge or to dispute what you say, that would mean that usho ukuthi wena
uwe owawukhona lapha esigamekweni yena lo Palestinian wena shuthi wayengekho kwakukhona wena othatha isinqumo sokuthi akusikho lokho akubhalile.
If you dispute what he's saying, in other words, you are saying you are the one as a disputer. who was present and he was not present. Hence, you are disputing the contents of his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mncube. And furthermore, Mr. Mthokozi Sithwala testified regarding the hat that was allegedly worn by the first suspect, and he says the following: he was wearing a hat with a brim similar to the style worn by former Minister Bheki Cele. Did you hear him say so?
Futhi wafakaza nangohlobo lesigqoko esasigqokwe yilomo. Uthi ke wayegqoka isigqoko eqishe ke sohlobo lesi sasivama ukugqokwa ke ungqongqoshe wangaphambilini umnumzana uBheki Cele umsweli.
Yeah, ngamuzwa nje njalo.
Yes, I heard him saying so.
Were you wearing such a, do you know the type of hats that the former minister used to wear? When I grew up, and I'm not testifying, we used to call them tops here in Pretoria. I don't know other places.
Yasazi lesihlobo lelo hlobo lesigqoko esasigqokwa ke yilo wangqongqoshe ngaphambilini uBheki Cele. Hayi akukona ukuthi ngiyafakaza ngangummeli. Ngiyasho nje sengiyaphawula ukuthi ke sisakhula thina sasibizwa ngedops. Yasazi?
Yebo ngiyasazi.
Yes, I do know it.
Were you wearing such a hat on the 26th of October 2014, and in particular in relation to the Khumalo residence?
Ngabe wagqoke lelo hlobo lesigqoko na ngomhla ka-26 ku-October 2014 phecelezi singasho ukuthi maqondana nokuthi wawusigqokile yini kwaKhumalo residence.
Kwayona nje inhlobo yesigqoko leya nanginayo.
The nature of that hat itself, I do not have one.
Azange ngize ngisigqoke isigqoko esinjalo mina.
I had never worn such a hat.
Kanti futhi kwaKhumalo azange ngifike nakhona ngigqoke isigqoko esinjalo.
And further, I never went to Khumalo's place and never wear such a hat.
Now, he testified in respect of the jacket that was worn by the first suspect, and he says he wore a jacket or a jersey in darkish color, and the colors that he mentioned, it's black, brown, gray, or navy, and that will be found so that there are no objections that I'm dreaming. The record will be the transcript of the 2nd of August 2023 at page 48, and the 3rd of August 2023 at page 34. That's where he mentions the jersey jacket and the colors that he mentions.
Kanti ke futhi uthi umsolo noma wokuqala wayembethe ke ijezi noma ibhantshi engathi alibe mnyama noma brown noma grey okanye umbala onavy. Lokho wakuchaza ngomhla zingu-2 ku-August 2023 sikuthole ekhasini lika 38 ukuze mina
page 48, because
Page
I'm
48.
paraphrasing here. So,
ngiyafinqa nje ngenkulumo
and then
efinqiwe.
also the 3rd of August 2023, page 34.
Kanti futhi waphinde ngomhla ka-3 ku-August 2023 kuleli khasi esengilishilo. Ngenza ukuthi ngicaphune ukuthi kutholakalaphi kungathiwa into engeyiphuphayo nje.
Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Mncube?
Ungathanda ukuphawula ngaloko Mnumzane Mncube?
Nazi ezami ngangigqoke ngalelo langa impahla.
Yeah, my clothing
Ku-TV.
that I was dressed in on the screen, or that I was wearing on that day.
Zikhakhi,
Kulelo futhi.
zikhakhi. Impahla engigqokile.
The clothes that I'm wearing are khaki.
Azikudide angeke yabona nje uma ubone mina ngaleli langa angeke ukhulume nangetop uzothi nje hayi ubegqoka into ekhakhi.
There's no confusion about that. They won't confuse you. You see, if you saw me on that day describing my dress code, you'll just say, you will not even describe maybe the top part of my dress code. You just say he was clad in khaki.
Okay. Now, those are, so sorry, let me find out if, with respect to the firearm, because I want to be as fair to you and to some extent to the witnesses that testified. In one of his statements, like Tumelo Madala, it was mentioned that he mentioned the firearm as a .38 special revolver. However, in his testimony, he was adamant to say that he knows nothing about the firearms. He cannot tell what kind of a firearm it was. He only saw the front part of that firearm as it was pointed to the people that were in the house.
Can you repeat the question? It's a bit long.
He said, so sorry, I say with respect to the firearm,
Maqondana nesibhamu,
in one of his statements,
kwesinye seyitatimende zakhe
it was said that he said the firearm is a .38 special revolver as well.
kuthiwa uthena yena ke esinye sezibhamu kwakuyi .38 special uhlobo lwevolovolo.
But in his testimony, viva voce, both in evidence in chief and in cross-examination from all of us here, he distanced himself from saying he saw a .38 special.
Kodwa ke yena uma esefakazi ethula ubufakazi ngomlomo wakhe la eholwa ngobufakazi futhi aphinde nangenkathi esephekwa ngemibuzo kulobu bufakazi bakhe yena uye wazichelelanisa nendaba yokuthi uke wayiphatha nje washo ukuthi kwakuhlobo lwevolovolo le .38 special.
He said the only part of the firearm that he saw on the night was the front part as it was pointed to them. He did not see the complete firearm.
Wayesesho yena ngomlomo wakhe ukuthi hayi mina ingxenye kuphela engiyibonile yesibhamu kwakuyingxenye yangaphambili yalesibhamu njengoba yayikhonjwe kukhonjwe abathize ngayo.
So we leave that from Thokozisi Twala. Now, the next witness that we want to touch on is Miss Ntabise Mokete. Remember that lady that came to testify here by the name of Ntabise Mokete?
Esifakazi obunye ke esobuthinta bukafakazi obizwa ngelika Ntabise ngwakamokete. Usamkhumbula loyo owesimama oweza kwathiwa nguNtabise Mokete.
Yebo ngiyamkhumbula.
Yes, I remember.
And just for background purposes, Mr. Mngube, Ms. Mokete testified that she was seated in a motor vehicle diagonally opposite the Ngashes, who are the next door neighbors of the Kumalos.
Wafakaza ke yena ngoNtabise Mokete ukuthi yena wayehlezi enqoleni eyayingale kodwa ke Maqondana diagonal kwangathi ke ithi ke ngazizobeka njani diagonal nakwakhumalo.
Now, the Kumalos and the Ngashes are neighbors.
Oh, bakwakhumalo nabakwanqashe ngomakhelwane.
Yes, and on the other side is the Mapiri. So it's the same street, it's Kumalo, it's Ngashe at 35110 and 13511 is the Kumalos.
Come again, 35110.
So sorry,
Ngashes.
the Ngashes are at 13510.
Yes.
And the Kumalos are at 13511, that is in Kutwanong Street.
Uyazisho ke inombolo uyaziswa ukuthi bakwanqashe baku 13510 kuthi ke labo makhelwane labanye bakwakhumalo 13511.
Yes, and on the other side, the same street, on the other side, the houses, it's Mokete's sister, who's Megipiri. So Mapiri's house is diagonally opposite the Ngashes.
Bese uthi ngaphesheya ke lapha uma ubheka Maqondana lapha kukhona ke laba bashoyo abakwa
Bakwapiri.
Mampiri.
Yes. So she was parked near to the Mapiris in a Honda Ballad that belonged to her friend.
Yena ke wayehlezi ke esondelene nangapha kwaMaphiri enqoleni yohlobo lweHonda Ballad eyayi inqolo yomngani wakhe.
Miss Yolanda Nota, together with Miss Yolanda Nota's daughter.
Ekanye ke inqola kaYolanda Notha kanye ke eno ndodakazi kaYolanda Notha.
Now, as they are seated in that car, she testifies as follows that she hears and she says she knows firearms very well because she grew up in a hostel environment. So she,
Uthe sehlezi lapho enqoleni ngaphakathi uthi wezwa uthi uyazazi ibhamu ngoba yena wakhulela endaweni ethi ayibe hostel.
and she heard the first gunshot, and as she hears that first gunshot, a male person goes past the car that they were in, and that male person is running towards the direction of the park that is nearby the vicinity of Mzamo section. Mzamo, yeah, section, yes.
Wezwa sekuqhuma isibhamu uma esokuqhuma kokuqala kwesibhamu naku kuvela indoda noma umuntu wesilisa egijima ke iqonde ngase park lasemzamo section.
Yes. Now, they have a debate that's neither here nor there with Yolanda that, hey, this is a firearm, we'll get injured, let's get out. Before they can get out, they hear the second shot.
Bekhona ukuphikisana ke la. Who had a debate now?
Sorry?
Who had a debate? We had.
Them, Yolanda and Miss Mukete, that, hey, let's get out. Maybe this is, we're in danger.
Oh, base baba nokuqophisana ngamazwi ke uYolanda nalo munye ukuthi hey asiphume la sitikali yophuka singahle bese ngozini ukuqhuma kwesibhamu.
Before they could exit, a second gunshot goes off.
Bengakaphumi qhuma kwesibili isibhamu.
As that second gunshot is fired, two other males run past the car that they are in.
Uma kuqeda ukuqhuma kwesibhamu manje lokhu kwesibili na amanye abesilisa ababili nabo bedlula begijima bedlula ngasenqoleni abakuyo.
And they are also running towards the park where the first person ran to.
Nabo bagijima baqonde ngakule park yona leyo park lapho oqala agijima waqonda ngakuyo.
Okay. Then she said, Miss Ntabise Mokete, after the three males had passed, she then heard the third gunshot.
Uthi ke uNthabise Mokete ngemva kokuthi sekudluleke laba bantu besilisa baze baba bathathu noma laba bathathu ngezwe ke sekuqhuma isibhamu kwesithathu.
Let's proceed there. Did you hear that evidence from Miss Ntabise Mokete, Mr. Mube?
Angimise lapho kwesikhashana ubuzile lobo bufakazi engibucaphunayo obathulwa unkosazana uThabise Mokete.
Yebo ngabuza.
Yes, I did.
Now, the question is that, Mr. Mnube, at around that time, and the time is fluid, Mr. Mnube. Others, they are saying it's from 1930 and before 8. Others are saying 8 o'clock to 8:30. Right? And Brigadier Gininda says it's between 8 and 9. So the time of this incident is very fluid.
Manje ke uyazizwa lenkathi ezihlukahlukene abanye bathe kwakungo 7:30 ngaphambi kwa8 abanye bathi phakathi kwa8 no 8:30 and who said it was 9 o'clock?
Brigadier Gininda in his testimony and his statement says it was between 8 and 9.
Kanti ke uGininda ke yena uthe ke ebufakazini bakhe noma estatementini sakhe kwakuphakathi kwa8 no9.
But what we have that is factual from the treating doctors at Butsilong is that Mr. Senzo Meyiwa arrived there at around 9:15 in the evening, and he was declared DOA, dead on arrival, at that time.
Kodwa ke esikuzwile ke ubufakazi esikuzwile ngalabo dokotela belaphayo eButsilong bona bathe noma bafakaza bathi uSenzo Meyiwa wafika kubona ngesikhathi zingenkathi zawo 9:15 ebusuku and ekufikeni kwakhe kwavese kwaphawulwa ukuthi ke wayesephangalele.
Now bring you back to the evidence of Ms. Mokete. Were you in the vicinity of 13511 Kutlanong Street, Mzamo section, Sprayed View, Fosloras, from 8:30 to 9 o'clock? Sorry, from 7:30 to 9 o'clock, Mr. Mulu.
8:30 to 9.
No, from 7:30 to 9 o'clock.
Manje ke umbuzo uthi wawukhona yini kuleyo noma ngakuleyo ndawo yase 13511 Kutlanong Street, Mzamo section, Sprayed View, ngenkathi phakathi kwesikhathi sika 7:30 kuya ku 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Mina ngalezo ikhathi ngangelapha engihlala khona eJohannesburg kuMain and Nugget.
During those, or around that time, I was where I was residing in Johannesburg at Main and Nugget,
Indlovu property.
Ndlovu property.
The flat engihlala kulo lelo.
That's the flat where I was residing.
Okay.
Nefoni yami futhi ihlala kimi ephaketheni lami isho njalo ukuthi ngangisedrobheni.
And even my phone that is kept in my possession, in my pocket, that's what it also indicates, that I was in town/city.
So ngalezo khathi azange ngibe kwaKhumalo.
Thus, during or around that time, I was never at Khumalo's residence.
Kanti noma ngasiphi futhi isikhathi azange ngaba kwaKhumalo.
Neither was I at the Khumalos at any time.
And just for completeness sake, were you one of the 3 males that ran past Yolanda Nota's car towards the park during that period when this incident occurred?
Mhlawumbe ukuqedela kuleyo ndatshana wawungomunye yini walamadoda amathathu agijima adlula inqola ka Yolanda ngenkathi lesi sigameko senzeka.
Cha azange ngize ngibe leyo ngxenye labo bantu ababegijima lapho.
No, I was never part of those people who were running there.
Mina ngangisedrobheni eJohannesburg.
I was in town/city in Johannesburg.
And importantly, let us tie this thing, the evidence of Ms. Yolanda Nota in respect of the number of gunshots that she had with the evidence of Ms. Zandile Khumalo, who also testified as follows, that on the night in question in the kitchen, when the first intruder who was wielding a firearm was struggling with Senzo Meyiwa, the first gunshot went off.
Asizama ke ukuqedela indaba ke silandelele ubufakazi obuthuliwe ukuthi ke ngalobo busuku ngenkathi ke lo ngene kuqala ubangenele kuqala ke se sonduzana no Senzo Meyiwa ngalesi sibhamu ukuqhuma kwesibhamu kwenzeka lapho kokuqala.
And then furthermore, that upon that first gunshot, she was struck by what I'll term shrapnel. I'm not an expert in firearms. I don't know what it's called. She mentions it as sparks, but I'll say shrapnel. She says, as the first gunshot hit, she saw a spark and she was hit by something on the leg. Then she ran to the bathroom, to the bathroom, and Mr. Tumelo Madala also ran to one of the bedrooms where Kelly Khumalo's daughter was sleeping.
And uthi ke loyo fakazi kuthi uma kuqhuma isibhamu kokuqala naye ke wayeseshaywa lento engizoyibiza kangiyena ucwepheshe ukuze sibhamu usho njalo ummeli washaya ngisathi inhlansi sibona inhlansi
Yebo.
washaya inhlansi ke wayesegijima ke balekela ke egumbini lokugezela kulona kwase kuthuthumela madlala yena ke naye wabaleka egijimela ke ekamelweni lokulala lendodakazi ka K
That's the second shot now.
manje lapho bese kuqhuma kwesibhamu
No, that's the first one, the shrapnel one.
cha cha cha
So sorry. That one.
uqhuma kokuqala
Then the second gunshot she hears when she's in the bathroom.
ukuqhuma kwesibili kwesibhamu uthi ukuzwe yena esegumbini lokugezela kulona ibathroom phecelezi.
And similarly, the third gunshot she hears when she's in the bathroom, but the second and third gunshots, their sound are not similar. One was louder and the other one was duller.
Uyasho ke ukuthi ke ukuqhuma kwesibili kwesibhamu nokwesithathu kwesibhamu kwenzeke konke yena ke esegumbini okugezelwa kulona ibathroom. Usuke kodwa lokuqhuma kwesibhamu sasingaqhuma ukufana umsindo waso wawungefani. Sinye ukuqhuma kwaso sasinomsindo omkhulu. Esinye ke sasithanda ukuthi sidambe kancane ngomsindo waso.
So according to Ms. Zandile Kumalo, she had 3 gunshots, and I'm tying it to Ms. Yolanda Nota that says, I heard the first gunshot, a first male runs past the car we are in.
Ngokusho ke kukaKheli Khumalo kuthi siqhume kathathu isibhamu. Manje lokhu sengihlanganisa naloko okushiwo ke uYolanda ukuthi
So sorry, not even Yolanda, I'm so sorry, my mind. Ms. Muketi, not Yolanda Nota, I'm sorry.
angixolise ke qaqaqa kuyena uYolanda ngikhuluma ngomkhithi.
Yes.
Umkhithi ke lathi ngezwe qhuma isibhamu kwase kudlula amadoda egijima.
Then the second gunshot hits 2 men run past the car.
Uthe ke ukuqhuma kokuqala indoda eyodwa yadlula egijima umliso yedwa. Qhuma kwesibili kwaba abalisa ababili.
And once the 3 males have passed, then she hears another gunshot.
Ngemva kokuthi sekudlulela amadoda amathathu egijima. Wayesezwa ke ukuqhuma kwesibhamu ngokwesithathu.
So she also had 3 gunshots.
Naye ke ufaka indaba ukuthi ke uzwe isibhamu siqhuma kathathu.
All right. I was just tying that to that sequence, what was heard in the house and what was heard outside.
Ngangihlanganisa lezi gameko ukuthi lokhu okuzwiwe ngaphandle nalokhu bakuzwe ngaphakathi okwakwenza ngaphakathi.
Now, regarding the 3 gentlemen that she saw, Ms. Mukete testified as follows.
Maqondana ke nalamadoda amathathu awabona umkete ubeke ngalendlela ebufakazini bakhe.
That one of the men she saw running past the motor vehicle was wearing a hoodie, and he was taller than the other 2.
Uthe ke omunye walamadoda adlula lapha egijima wayegqoke ihood futhi wayelulekile emude ukudlula laba babili umqhathanisa nalaba babili.
And he was and I quote, a little bigger in terms of the physique. The width of his body was bigger than the others.
Uthi ke futhi ke wayemkhulu kancanyana maqondana ke nesakhiwo sakhe somzimba. So kwakheka kwakhe komzimba wawuthanda ukuthi ube mkhudlwana ukudlula laba bani.
And Ms. Mokete further testified that she could not remember the color of the hoodie that this first person was wearing.
Okunye akushisa ebufakazini bakhe unkosazana Mokete uthi akasakhumbula umbala wale hoodie eyayigqokwe yilona wokuqala.
Ms. Mokete further testified that one of the 2 males she saw after the second gunshot had dreadlocks.
Okunye futhi akufakazile ke unkosazana Mokete uthe ke omunye wala madoda amabili awayemfushane waye he had dreadlocks.
Yeah, he had dreadlocks, yes.
Wayne wayena dreadlocks anama dreads.
And with respect to those dreadlocks, she stated that they were, and I'm quoting her now, what she said in court, her words, they were not really long, close quotes.
Ma kondana nalawo ma dreads ngiyamcaphuna ke uthe empeleni wayengamade.
That she could not tell, and I quote again, the thickness, but that they were not the very thin ones. She's still referencing the dreadlocks now. Should I read it again?
Angeke akwazi ukuwachaza ngobubanzi bawo kodwa wayengewona lawo esingathi ayezacile.
Yes. But that they were not the very thin ones.
Kodwa ke wakungewona azace kakhulu.
Okay, let's park it there. And do you want to comment up to so far what we've said about the testimony of Ms. Mokete, or in particular in relation to the description of the dreadlocks of the person that she saw running past the car after the second shot had been fired?
Sibambe lapho kwesikhashana ungathanda ukuphawula yini maqondana nokuchaza kwakhe inhlobo yama dreadlocks awabona kuloyo muntu wesibili athi wambona gijima edlula ngasenqoleni.
Ukuba wayebone mina wayezothi ubona umuntu onama-dread amade nasi isithombe sange-26 October 2014.
If it was me that she saw, she would have stated that she saw a person with long dreadlocks. Here is a picture of the 26 depicting them.
Asikhandwanga yimi nasi size sathathwa amaphoyisa 2015 the phone.
I did not create it. It was actually taken by the police on the 26th.
Made.
They are long.
So lokho akukhuluma la wabona omunye umuntu.
So according to her description here, she saw another person.
Hayi mina.
Not me.
Mina ngangise Johannesburg.
I was in Johannesburg,
Lapho engihlala khona.
where I was residing.
Thank you. My Lord, I see accused number 2 has raised this hand. May I approach? Thank you. As the court pleases, my Lord, I'm indebted. Mr. Mbatsana, I was just being told that I think you misinterpreted what came from Mr. Mngube. Mr. Mngube says his phone was taken in 2015, and Mr. Ntanzi said you may have said it was taken in 2020. So 26. Yeah.
I mentioned only the date, not the year, my Lord, maybe.
Oh, you
Was
said the
it-
26.
Yes, I said the 26. I did
No,
not
no, no,
mention the year.
it's not the 26. He says his phone was taken by the police in 2015.
It was not the, it was the date as you were mentioning it. So not
Okay, okay.
only the day. So,
Perhaps,
but
Mr.
my-
Mngube, if you
my
repeat,
apologies, my
yes,
Lord,
if
I
you
misinterpreted.
repeat what you said so that it comes clearly.
So should you repeat?
Yes.
I want to know.
Yes.
Or uthi ungaphinde ukuthi uthi ifoni yathathwa nini?
Mina ngithi ifoni yami
I'm saying my phone.
yathathwa amaphoyisa 2015.
It was taken by the police during 2015.
Asikhandwanga yimi lesithombe lesi.
This photo was not created by me.
Besisemaphoyiseni yonke leminyaka from 2015.
It was in the position of the police all these years since 2015.
namanje sisenama-thread amade.
Up until now, it depicts long dreadlocks.
Okay.
So owayelaphana akusimina.
Thus, the person who was there, it's not me.
Thank you. And she testified further, Ms. Mokete, that she could not remember how the person with dreadlocks was dressed.
Ufakaze futhi ke uMiss Mokete ukuthi akasakhumbula ukuthi lo muntu wayena dreadlocks wayembethe kanjani.
And regarding illumination or visibility, she testified as follows, that visibility was, and I quote, not so dark, close quote, but that she could only see in her immediate vicinity, and I quote, beyond that, I could not see anything, close quote.
Maqondana nokukhanya ukuthi kubonakale laphaya. Uthe uma echaza wathi kwakungemnyama kangako kodwa ke bengingakwazi ukuthi ngibone endaweni maduze nalapho bengikhona.
Okay. And I think during her interaction with Advocate Mushololo, she said the following, that she testified that in a statement of the 27th of October 2014, she described the males as, and I quote, 3 unknown black males, cannot identify them, as it happened fast and it was dark, close quotes.
Maqondana ke nestatement sakhe, can we repeat that because it involved dates? In a statement of 27 October
2014, she described the males as?
A statement in sakhe sangomhla zing-27 October 2014 uchaze lawo madoda ngale ndlela
As 3 unknown black males.
ukuthi kwakungamadoda amathathu noma abalisa abathathu angabazi,
Cannot identify them.
angeke akwazi ukubazi,
It happened fast
kwenzeke masishane
and it was dark.
futhi kwakumnyama.
And she testified as follows, that if the persons were to stand in front of her, she would not be able to identify them.
Ufakaze futhi eqhubeka ethi uma labo bantu bangamiswa phambi kwakhe noma bangema phambi kwakhe angeke akwazi ukubazi.
And regarding, the question was posed whether she saw weapons or firearms possessed by those persons. She testified that she could not see anything in their possession.
Uthe umebuza ukuthi ke ukwazile ukubona yini izikhali nobe izibhamu kulawo madoda. Wathi ke akakwazanga ukubona abanako ukubona.
Okay. And with respect, and this is very important because I want to demystify that which has been perpetrated here in court, that there are witnesses that say they saw people running out of the Kumalo household, witnesses that have testified here in court. I want to demystify that once and for all, here and now.
Ya, lokho kulandelayo kumqoka kakhulu ngoba empeleni ngithanda ukufiphaza lokho akushiwo la enkantolo ukuthi ke kukhona abantu ababona abantu begijima lapha.
Now, with respect to where those people that she saw were running from, she said the following.
Maqondana nokuthi labo bantu ubabone begijima bevelaphi.
And then she testified that, and it's at page 42 of her testimony. She says, I did not see from which house the 3 males came from.
Ufakaze kanjena ke ekhasini 42 lokufakazi ba. uthi angibonanga angikwazanga ukubona ukuthi babegijima bayiqhamuka kuyiphi indlu na.
And that is fortified again in a statement of the 28th of April 2019. It's an exhibit before this court. She says at paragraph 6, the last 3 lines, I did not see which house on site the 2 males were running from.
Uphinde waqinisa futhi lokho. Ubufakazini bakhe bangezi 28 zika April 2019 ku paragraph number 6 lapho esho khona ukuthi angikwazanga ukubona ukuthi ke labo balisa ababili noma lawo madoda amabili aye gijima evelaphi na kuyiphinda.
Okay. And she further testified, Ms. Mokete, that from the time the gunshot started until she saw Zandile Kumalo coming to them, where they were with Ms. Nota, she never saw anyone coming out of the Kumalo household or jumping into the Ngashe's yard.
Okay,
Let me break it down. She testifies, let me break it down, Ndatembasan. She testified that from the time she had the gunshot started,
okunye abufakazi luthe kusukela ngesikhathi qale ngaso ukuqhuma kwesibhamu.
she did not, until she saw Zandile Kumalo coming to them,
Ukufikela lapho ebona uZandile Khumalo eza kubona,
she never saw anyone coming out of the Kumalo household
akukho umuntu ambonile ephuma
Or
kwaKhumalo
or jumping into the Ngashe's homestead.
futhi nombe ke ejampa esubela ke ekhaya lakwaNqashe.
That, in essence, Mr. Ngube, is the testimony of Yolanda Nata, no, Ms. Mokete, about her observations of the 26th of 10/2014. If you can comment, you can comment. If you don't have any comments, we can move on.
Yona ngqikithi ke ubufakazi bakhe ke leyo uNthabise Mokete ngomhla ngabonile ngesi-26 ka October 2014. Uma ke ungathanda ukuphawula ungaphawula mnumzane.
Angikuzwa nje ukukhuluma kwakhe engakusho yimina ukuthi angithinte konke lokho mina.
Yeah, I hear all what she narrated. All what I can say is that I am not affected in all of it.
Qhumeni kwebhamu edluleni kwabantu angaze ngibe lapho mina ngikwazi konke lokho.
The gunshots, passing of people, all of that, I was never involved in all of that.
Mina ngangise Johannesburg
I was in Johannesburg,
la ngihlala khona.
where I was residing.
And in fact, let me wait, Mr. Ngube. I just want to see whether we cannot. Okay. Malati, if I may just be given a second, I just want to check if I'm not omitting anything before I leave this aspect. No, that's fine. That is fine, thank you. Thank you. Now, Mr. Mngube, let us move to something completely different.
Ake siqhubekele kokunye kokwehlukile ngokupheleleyo.
Which is the burning issue of the golden tooth.
akuyona nto mpela kuyona ndaba ke eshisayo noma indaba ke akuyona ke mcoka
And this-
yezinyo legolide.
And this is in the context of what Constable Zungu in his statement says that Gadam Ngube had the golden tooth when I saw him on the 26th of October 2014, as well as dreadlocks. You remember that part that I read to you?
Ikakhulu ke ngokuqukethwe inkulumo eyashiwo ukuthi uma ngibona uGadla Mncube ngezi 26 sika October 2014 wayenezinyo legolide kanye nama dreadlocks. Usakhumbula?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember.
And also given the state's theory as it was related and narrated here in evidence by Brigadier Geninda, that the intruder, the first intruder who was gun wielding was dark, had dreadlocks, was wearing a hat, and he also had a golden tooth. And that is the intruder that struggled with Senzo Meyiwa, eventually leading to the shooting and killing of Mr. Meyiwa.
Dark dreadlocks.
Dark dreadlocks, wearing a hat, gun wielding.
Ikakhulu yes.
Yes, no, that's fine, that's fine. Those are, I'm just starting on generalities, they are on record, whatever description was given.
Ngithathe futhi ke lalo daba noma ke oluvezwa ke igunya lezokushushisa ngabashushisi ukuthi lapho besho khona ukuthi ke umsolwa uqala owangena wayemnyama ngokwebala enama dreadlocks bethe isiqhoko futhi okuyena ke futhi wangena ke khomba ngesibhamu.
You've heard that evidence, and this is the theory that the state's case has run with until they closed their case.
Lona daba ke oluvezwa ke igunya lezokushushisa kusukela ekuqaleni ukuthi izona izinsolo ezenziwayo lezi kusukela ekuqaleni kuze kufinyelele lapho baqeda baphetha ngokubiza ofakazi abethula ubufakazi babo.
And you have testified, Mr. Mncube, that you've never had a gold tooth, a gold cap, or any form of gold dental insertion in your mouth, correct?
We have never had a gold tooth.
A gold cap,
Yes.
or any form of gold dental insertion in his mouth.
Wena ke ufakazile ke mnumzane Mncube ukuthi awuzanga ube nezinyo legolide. Awuzanga ube nalo izinyo mhlambe limbozwe ikep ngegolide. Awuzange ke ube mhlambe nokuthize kokuphathelene namazinyo egolide akuwena.
Is that your testimony?
Busho njalo ubufakazi bakho.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
Now, we've also heard Brigadier Geninda saying that when Mr. Ntanzi came from the Tlhabane Magistrates Court on the 22nd of June 2020, he was then taken to Dr. Hlokwe, who is an orthodontist, to conduct an examination to see whether or not Mr. Ntanzi had a gold tooth.
Usuloke futhi ubufakazi bokuthi ke uma uNtanzi ngomhla zingama-22 kuJune 2020 evela enkantolo yaseHlabane wathathwa wayiswa kudokotela owaziwa nge-orthodontist. Maybe in the context at orthodontist.
Dr. Hlokwe, sorry,
Yes, the description of it is it.
is an orthodontist
Yes, it's the dental
for a
specialist.
dental examination of Mr. Ntanzi to determine whether or not he had a golden tooth.
Kuthiwa wayiswa lapho kulowo dokotela ke owaziwa nge-orthodontist ukuthi ke ayomcilonga ukuthi ngabe ke umnumzane Ntanzi loyo ubenayo yini izinyo legolide awuthi ngibheke ukuthi orthodontist udokotela uthi ophathelene nokulashwa kwamazinyo.
Now, this is in the context of Brigadier Gininda saying, we believed that Mr. Ntanzi is the suspect that had a golden tooth.
Lokho ke kushiwo ke ngaphansi kwengqikithi ethi ke siye sakholelwa ukutheni ke umnumzane Ntanzi uyena msolelwa noma msolwa owayenezinyo legolide kushiwo uGininda.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mngube, from the people that were in the house that have testified in this matter, Ms. Zandile Khumalo, Mr. Mthokozi Sithwala, and Tumelo Madala, did you hear any of them referring to any of the suspects that entered the house having a golden tooth?
Zandile Khumalo,
Mthokozi Sithwala, and Tumelo Madala.
manje kulabo bufakazi abanikeze ubufakazi okungizandile Khumalo, Mthokozi Sithwala, Tumelo Madlala.
Have you ever heard them in their testimony here, both in chief and in cross-examination, saying that one or both of the suspects that entered the house on the 26th of October 2014 had a golden tooth?
Wewezwa yini komunye wofakazi noma kulabo ebufakazini babo ephawula ngokuthi mhlambe komunye wabasolwa owangena endlini noma bobabili abasolwa abathize abangena endlini ngomhla zing-26 October 2014 babe nezinyo legolide?
Did you hear that evidence from them?
Kwewabuza ubufakazi obunjengalokho kubona?
Kulabo ababathatha abafika la ubabalile la uZandile Mthokozi no Tumelo Madlala azange bezwe bekhuluma ngegolide ukuthi babona umuntu onezinyo legolide angibazwanga bekhuluma.
Among the three that you mentioned here, Zandile Khumalo, Mthokozi and Tumelo Madlala, I did not hear from the three of them, any of them mentioning that they saw a suspect with a golden tooth. I never heard them talking about a golden tooth.
Now, I'm seated here, Mr. Mngube, trying to make head or tail as to who exactly, according to the state's theory, had a golden tooth and is the person that is described as being the shooter. Because according to Gininda, they believed Ntanzi had that tooth, and therefore he's taken to an orthodontist. On the same breath, they say it is you, Mr. Mngube, who had that golden tooth. Don't you ask yourself that question as well?
Manje ke ngilana ngiyazibuza ngizama ukuhlukanisa ukuthi ke lo mqondo olethwa ke igunya lezokushishisa kahle kahle uthini la ngobe ngokusho kuka Brigadier Gininda umuntu owathathwa wayiswa ke kudokotela osebenza ngokulashwa kwamazinyo ukuthi ocile ngokuthi ke wayenalo yini izinyo legolide kwakungumntazi kodwa khona lapho futhi nokuthi kuthiwa loyo futhi wayenezinyo legolide uyena umdubuli ukuthi kahle kahle ngapha kuthiwa ke uwena futhi wayenezinyo legolide. So what is the last part of the question?
So my question is this, Mr. Mngube. If the police could not determine who between you and Mr. Ntanzi had a golden tooth,
Amaphoyisa angakwazi empeleni ukuncoma ukuthi ubani kahle kahle owayenezinyo legolide phakathi kwakho noNtanzi.
and if no witnesses that have been called so far from the house have never described a golden tooth,
And futhi uma kungekho ufakazi kulabo ababiziwe ukuthi bazothola ubufakazi enkantolo akukho ufakazi oye ukuchaza.
My question is, what do you make, you as the person that they say you had the golden tooth and you are the shooter, what do you make of this narrative now?
Manje umbuzo wami uthi wena ke uthini ngoba kuthiwa ke wena ke wawunezinyo legolide wena wawunezinyo legolide wena futhi umdubuli wena uthini ngalokho uma ubheka lenkulumo yonke?
Mina esadini lami njengoba ngazange ngibe nezinyo legolide into engekho leyo nto esadini lami.
From my side, since I never had a golden tooth, I said this allegation is non-existent.
Futhi mawuliqiniso leyo nto leyo angeke uthi nanga umuntu onezinyo legolide kodwa uyohlola omunye umuntu onganalo izinyo ongazange khuluma ngaye ngezinyo legolide.
If that is true, you cannot allege that this particular person had a golden tooth and then take another person to be examined to determine whether the person had a golden tooth.
Ukenele ujele court ukuthi yema nginazinyo legolide.
Kininda told the court that I was the one who had the golden tooth.
Kodwa mina zange ngise ku doctor uyo check ukuthi ngake ngaba nezinyo legolide.
But he never took me to a doctor for examination to determine if ever I had any golden tooth.
Uthatha untanzo ayomusa ku doctor.
Instead, he took Ntanzi to a doctor
Ukuthi awumcheck izinyo legolide.
to be examined for the golden tooth.
So nje enye into kahle kahle ngendlela ongakhona enye into leyenzakalela.
So this is something else, what transpired here.
Ukuthi mina kuyimi ngiboshiwe ukuthi ngize ngisicelele mina ukuthi ngiyohlola izinyo legolide.
To such an extent that I, as an arrestee, or arrested person rather, I'm the one who requested to be taken to be examined for a golden tooth.
So ngifundisa yena umsebenzi wakhe.
Now, I was now teaching him his work.
So into engekho mina zange ngibe legolide.
So that such thing does not exist. I never had a golden tooth.
Thank you, Mr. Mngube. Let us also move now to another different aspect.
Sibonge Mngube. Siqhubekele kwelinye iphuzu elehlukile.
Which is your interaction with the police on the 30th of June 2020 whilst you are incarcerated at the Johannesburg prison.
30th of June 20?
30th of June, 36, 2020. 30th of June 2020.
Ake sibheke ke ukuxhumana kwakho namaphoyisa ke emva kokuthi usuboshiwe ke ngezi-30 zika June 2020.
Now you've testified that you were arrested on the 9th of February 2015 in connection with the Cleveland cast 9602 96 of 02 of 2015, correct?
Ufakaze ngokuthi wena wawuboshwe wavalelwa ngezi-9 zika February 2015 maqondana nodaba lwecala le-Cleveland elungucast number 9602 lika 2015. Kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that at the time of that 2015 arrest, the police who arrested you seized your personal cell phone from you, correct?
Uthe ngenkathi noma ekuboshweni kwakho ngaleso sikhathi amaphoyisa athatha ucingo lwakho lukamakhalekhikhini. Kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo bathatha.
Yes, that's correct. They seized it.
And it is common cause here in court that Sergeant Mabasa analyzed the information contained in a Samsung model GT-E2220.
Kanti ke kuyinto engaphikiswa futhi ukuthi ke uSergeant Mabasa uyena owahlaziya okwakucukethwe ke i-cellphone yohlobo lwe-Samsung GT-E2220.
220.
220.
Yes. And that cell phone was linked with the cell number 072 766 8169.
Leyo cell phone yahlanganiswa ke nenombolo la inokwenza noma nokugibele noma nokuphathelene nenombolo engu 072 766 8169.
Now, Mr. Mnube, is it the same phone that was seized by the arresting officers on the 9th of February 2015?
Mnumzana Mncolo, iyona cell phone ayathathwa ngamaphoyisa na ngomhla 9 kuFebruary ngo2015 na.
Noma ngingayazi lokhu uzana inamba yayo le imodel.
Yes.
Kodwa iphone iyo.
Okay.
Nesithombe sayo lesasivezwe la yifone yami le.
Even though I do not know its model number, but it is the cell phone, yes. I saw its picture or its photo when it was depicted here on the screen.
And
Ne number futhi
Yes.
yi number yami.
okay, I was
And the
coming to
number,
that.
it's mine.
Futhi igama labo kuyiSamsung.
And the name thereof, it's a Samsung.
And at paragraph 6, and I'm going to put this on record because this is critical when it comes to as to when this phone was first downloaded. In paragraph 6 of his affidavit, Sergeant Mabasa, he says the information contained in the X-ray, XRY file was as follows.
Lokhu ke kumqoka kakhulu ukuthi ke ngicaphune ke esifungo estatementini sakhe uSergeant Mabasa sifunga leyo ku paragraph 6 uthi ke emva kokuthi ke si downloadiwe ke le cell phone le mininingwane kungukuthi information iyayicukethwe ku XRY ifile.
And they say at 6.1, paragraph 6.1, he says Samsung GT-E2220.
Uyasho ukuthi ke ku paragraph noma kulesigajana esingu 6.1 uyasho ukuthi iSamsung cell phone yohlobo le GT-E-2220
And the cell number is 072 766 8169.
inombolo yalo cingo ithi 072 766 8169.
The IMEI, which is the ID of that phone, the IMEI is 3597
Yes,
7960
yes,
5029
yes.
7902.
Uthi ke umazisi waleli cingo iAMEI
IMEI. That's the
ithi
IMEI.
3597 7960 5029 7902.
And the IMSI, IMSI is 6550
Bese kuthi iIMSI yayo, can you repeat, come again?
6550
6550
1224
yes,
9151
yes.
373.
iIMSI yayo IMISI ithi 6550 1224 915 1373.
And he continues, and a memory card that belongs to, and in brackets, Mtobisi Gadla Mngube, and in brackets, suspect.
Bese kuthi ke imemory card yayo engekaMthobisi Gadla Mncube kubakaki owayengumsolwa
linked to Phosphorus CAS 63610 2014,
36310,
of 2014, 636 of October 2014,
636.
ya uthi ke umsolo loyo ke o dijaniswa ke ne CAS 363 10
636.
636 10 of 2014.
as directed by Colonel Gininda, picture identified, retrieved, instructed as follows. We'll leave it at that.
Ngokulalwa ke Kenneth Gininda. What is the picture?
No, it just says picture identified, retrieved as follows, and then he leaves it there. So you can leave that aspect for interpretation. It's neither here nor there. Now, Mr. Mngube, at the time this phone was confiscated at the time of your arrest on the 9th of February 2015, did it also have a memory card at the time?
Mnumzane Mncube ekuthathweni kwalolu cingo ngamaphoyisa ngomhla zing-9 ku February 2015. Lolu cingo lwalinayo i-memory card?
Yebo lanayo.
Yes, it did have.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that on the 30th of June, you've got an interaction with Brigadier Gininda and his team at the Johannesburg prison, right?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi ngomhla zingama-30 kuJune 2020 ubenako ukwenza noGininda kanye neqembu lakhe labaphenyi ejele. Kunjalo?
Yebo.
Yes.
And during that interaction, he shows you 3 photographs plus a photograph of a now demised Senzo Meyiwa. Is that correct?
And kuloko kuxhumana kwenu wakukhombisa izithombe ezintathu kanye nesithombe saloyo ophangalele uSenzo Meyiwa.
Yebo unjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Makaza, let's go to photo exhibit S, photo 32. Yes. And amongst the photos that you are shown, Mr. Mngube, you say it's this photograph, correct?
And akwezinye zeyithombe wakhondiswa zona. Uthi ke ilesi isithombe mnumzane Mncube.
Yebo iso lesi.
Yes, it is.
And you have testified that you can identify that person in that photograph as Mr. Mapisa. Is that correct?
Uthi wena futhi lowo muntu uma umbheka uyamazi umazi ngokuthi umnumzane Mapisa.
Yebo unjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Mngube, you have also listened to the testimony of Mr. Ntanzi throughout. Is that correct?
Mnumzane Mncube ulalele bonke ubufakazi bukaNtanzi. Kunjalo?
Yebo unjalo.
Yes.
Mr. Ntanzi was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 and taken to the Pretoria North SAPS to be held in custody.
Umnumzane Ntanzi waboshwa ngomhla zing-16 kuJune 2020 wathathwa wayiswa ke kanjani amaphoyisa asePretoria North ukuthi avalelwe khona.
Mr. Ntanzi has testified here in court to say on the 17th, the next day, he is taken out from the cells at the Pretoria North SAPS.
uNtanzi ufakaze ngokuthi ke ngomhla zing-17 ngosuku olulandelayo wathathwa ethathwa laphaya ePretoria North SAPS.
And he's taken to the boardroom in the same police station.
Wayiswa ke e-boardroom kuyona leyo nkambi yamaphoyisa.
And importantly, in that boardroom, according to Mr. Ntanzi, he says the police officers that were there, it's Gininda, it's Mohane, it's this one with braces that we now can conclude that it's Captain Yende from Intelligence, Mohola, Mohane, and several other officers, including Mr. Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, because he came there to do the same procedure. Eish, I'm too long. Sorry, Mr. Mbatsan.
Uyasho ukuthi amaphoyisa ekhona lapho Geninda, Mohale, Uyende, and no, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
And in that boardroom, Geninda, when he's interrogating Tanzi in relation to this matter, the Senzo Meyiwa murder case.
And kuleyo boardroom ngenkathi ke uGeninda faka imibuzo uNtanzi maqondana nalolu daba yokubulawa kwaMnumzane Meyiwa.
Ntanzi says, I also was shown photographs,
uNtanzi uthi nami ngakhonjiswa izithombe.
and amongst those photographs is this photograph on page 32 of Exhibit S.
Uthi esinye salezo izithombe isona lesi sithombe isithombe unumber 32 ngaphansi kwezithombe ke eziyubufakazi isiqephu S.
And Ntanzi further says, Geninda, sorry, I don't want to use first names. Brigadier Geninda says, this Ntanzi, it's you.
And uGeninda uthi lowo Ntanzi we
In this picture, the person that is depicted in this photo is Mr. Ntanzi.
uthi ke uthi uGeninda kuNtanzi wena lo muntu okhonjiswe kulesi sithombe uNtanzi.
Did you hear that evidence, Mr. Ngube?
Ufuna lokho kufakazi?
Angizweli.
Yes, I did.
And further, Mr. Ntanzi says, and it's a pity, I did not even take him through that Exhibit S. He says, I was also shown a photograph of a person with a gold tooth.
And uNtanzi uthe ke okunye ke ngakhonjiswa futhi isithombe somuntu owayenezinyo legolide. Mhlawumbe ke angizange ngimisa.
But it escaped my mind to show him that photograph 15 of Kwenza Ngube during our interaction. So the boat has passed. But he was shown a photograph of a person with a golden tooth.
Bese kuyaphuma engqondweni yami ukuthi ke ngimkhombise ke leso sithombe sokwendlule nokho. Ukuthi uthi wabe sewukhonjiswa ke umuntu okuthiwa wayenezinyo legolide.
Now,
Isithombe.
when Brigadier Geninda was confronted with that you showed Ntanzi photographs at the boardroom in Pretoria North,
Uma uGeninda ebuzwa ngaloko ukuthi hey ukhombisa uNtanzi izithombe nise boardroom ePretoria North.
he said, my lord, that cannot be true because these photographs, I only obtained them after they were downloaded and analyzed by Sergeant Mabasa on the 17th of August 2020.
Uphikile leyo ndaba wathi cha nkosenkantolo lokho akwazi kuba iqiniso ngoba lezi zithombe kwazi ukuzithola mina ngemva kokuthi zidownloadiwe nguSergeant Mabaso ngezi 17 zika August 2020.
So we only got these photographs after August. So therefore, I could not have shown these photographs to Mr. Ntanzi on the 17th of June 2020.
Wathi ke kungako ke izithombe lesi sithola ngemva kwezi 17 zika August sesidownloadiwe sisithola ngoAugust ngaleyo ndlela bengeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngisikhombise uNtanzi ngezi 16
Mr. Ngube, I'm going to...
I could not have shown them to Ntanzi on the 17th.
17th of June
17th
2020.
zika June 2020.
Now, Mr. Ngube, I'm going to respectfully ask the court to park it here. My lord, it's 3:27. This is the topic that I'll develop tomorrow. May I suggest that we adjourn for the day?
Uthi uzolumisa lolu daba namhlanje uyacela ukuthi inkosi enkantolo imvumele uzoqhubeka nalo ke aliqhube kusasa lolu daba.
Yes, tomorrow then.
Sobonana kusasa madoda. Ngokusasa.